The Oregon School Boards Association OSBA Board of Directors meeting on Saturday, January 20th is called to order at 8:38 a.m. Welcome, everybody. I want to thank you all for being here on Zoom and in person. I want to acknowledge that we do have some members who may need to leave for family reasons and some members who have joined us online for various reasons. I know it's icy and challenging in many places around the state, so really thank you for being here. The first thing I want to do is to take a roll call and then we'll go over the plan for today. So we'll go over a roll call. Please say present if you're present. Craig Albright. Present. Jeffrey Crapper. Chris Cronin. Jackie Crook. Laurie Denzuka.
Present.
Katrina Dottie.
Present.
Neelam Gupta.
Present.
Linda Hamilton.
Present.
Chris Howitt. Excused. Tristan Arvin. Greg Kintz. Chrissy Katake.
Present.
Steve Law. Sonia McKenzie.
Present.
Alonso Oliveros. Chrissy Rates.
Here.
Clyde Rude. Nicole Shaw.
Present.
Emily Smith. Nancy Thomas. Nancy Thomas, excused. Glenn Witcher. Glenn. Excused. Don Watson. Samuel Abdrapo here. Will Cahill. Craig Hawkins. Excused. Guadalupe Martinez Zapata. And Kim Morgan. Excuse. Well, thank you all. So this morning, I want to just remind you a few housekeeping things. I checked with the hotel room. The checkout is 11. So if you checked out, you're good. I did call them. They said we can extend it to 12 and then said, can I extend it to 12:30? They're like, okay, fine. So just want to share that with you. If you have your bags in your room, make sure that you plan for that. And we might have 5 or 10 minutes break if you need it in between agenda items. The first thing that we will have today is a review of our business plan with the Coragio Group. And I want to really highlight this for our new board members. This is a work in progress that OSBA has engaged in to help us identify where we are, not only as a board and staff, but as membership, and where we need to be, and in consult with stakeholders and our members and board members. So that's the first step of our meeting. The second step of our meeting, Salam Noor, who's here in the audience with us today, is going to facilitate a really crucial conversation. So I really appreciate Salam for being here for it and really helping the board navigate this discussion through many hours of preparation and discussions with individual board members. So I want to ask you to come in with open hearts and coffee or tea or water, whatever makes you really present with us. It's going to be a really important conversation for us to come together, reflect, and move forward. And that's the agenda for the day. And without further ado, I would like to move to the next agenda item, which is OSBA Business Plan. And we have Sarah Lechner to share with us about the Coragio Group. And she's with us on Zoom. Sarah, the floor is yours.
Great. Thanks, everyone. Good morning. Can you hear me okay in the room?
We do.
Okay, great. So I'm Sarah Lechner with Coragio Group and excited to join you all today to give you an update on the value driver assessment and roadmap process that we've been going through. So I'm going to share my screen if that's okay. All right. So just quickly, again, I'm a principal consultant with Coragio Group. We're a strategy, change, and leadership focused firm. We're based here in Oregon, and our community prosperity practice does a lot of work in the education, workforce development, and economic development space. So we've worked with a number of you in different capacities and different projects over the years. And we were brought on to assess what could help increase value for members of OSBA and also support the long-term sustainability of the organization. So our process includes 3 phases. So we started in the late summer with the Get Clear phase, where we looked at background documents. We went through a stakeholder engagement process, so that I'll talk through that in a minute here. And then developed an insights and recommendation report. Well, I'll also share some of those themes with you here today. We then went through the Get Focused phase, where we identified which of those value drivers the organization would like to prioritize focusing on. And we're now moving into the Get Moving phase, where we've identified 3 of those prioritized value drivers to scenario plan around. And so we'll be facilitating a process with small teams of scenario planning on a few of the value drivers. And again, I'll share that with you as well today. We'll then move into developing a roadmap or action plan for how to carry out the work of implementing those value drivers. And then we'll provide change leadership coaching to OSBA leadership to make sure they're able to be successful in carrying out that change. So wanted to share with you what we heard as we engaged both internal and external stakeholders. And so first, just a quick review of that process. So hopefully all of you had a chance to participate in the survey that we had open from August through September. We had 483 people participate in that survey. And then we also conducted 11 focus groups. One of those was with you all as a board in September. We conducted focus groups with staff, with varying sized school districts, business officials, superintendents, and administrative assistants. So we pulled all of that information together from both the survey and the focus groups and the background data review to create an insights and recommendations report. And I'm going to share with you all today the high-level themes that were identified in that insights and recommendations report. So we had 7 themes that were focused on OSBA's service areas. The first being that members find legal services extremely valuable, and some would like to see those services expanded. Members also find individualized policy work to be valuable, and that there's an opportunity to look at enhancing the quality of those services. The executive superintendent search services are really critical for a small number of districts and should potentially be reviewed to minimize pain points and make sure to maximize value. Opportunities exist for OSBA to tailor the board development content to districts' needs, to modernize the delivery technologies, embrace efficiencies, and make sure to clearly frame board's roles. We found that OSBA could drive higher participation in the legislative services aspect of their work and focus on encouraging more member activity towards legislative efforts. We also heard that OSBA's communication services are seen as critical in educating members and the public, but that resources could be allocated amongst those services to better address members' needs. And the last service area value driver theme was that OSBA has an opportunity to clarify the conference's intended audiences and objectives, and to lower barriers to representative member participation in those conferences. And so for all of these themes, there's survey data, focus group, quotes and information, and insights and recommendations. And then we had 3 value drivers that were more organizationally focused. So the service value drivers were more about the what you do, and these are more about the how OSBA does it, more internally facing. So OSBA has an opportunity to strengthen internal communications, role clarity, and staff retention. Improved communication on services available could help members to better realize the full value of their membership. And OSBA members want the organization to increasingly understand and consider the full range of members' community contexts and perspectives. So we shared all of this then back through the Insights and Recommendations report. And we then went through a prioritization process. So we brought together a group of, I believe it was 14 staff members from across the organization. And we gave them these value drivers prioritization considerations. So we asked them to hold these 7 things in mind as they assessed each of those value drivers to determine which they would want to prioritize and focus on moving forward. We had 3 that the prioritization group put forward to the lead team. The lead team then refined a bit. So we have 3 value drivers that Coraggio Group will be supporting small teams to go through a scenario planning process around. So we'll look at different options. We'll think about the level of change required, who would need to be involved, what the impacts would be. We'll look at best practices or other examples in these areas. We'll do some financial modeling. We'll think about timelines. All of that will happen in the scenario planning process in each of these 3 areas. So the first is to increase the education of new and potential board members on the scope of their roles by offering professional development in an asynchronous online format, by hiring regionally based trainers to decrease travel costs, create efficiencies, and develop stronger regional connections and relationships. So again, the scenario planning teams will look at these different options and determine how to increase the education of new and potential board members in the best possible way. The second area is to consider raising membership dues. So we heard that members are generally very satisfied with what they already receive. And they also don't know about many of the services available. As you all know, membership dues have not been raised in a very long time. And so this also is alignment with the financial requirements of increasing the sustainability of the organization. So again, this is an area that the team will look into and scenario plan, look at different options or approaches. And then the third scenario planning area is to look at all of OSBA's conferences and consider how can you make them more efficient and effective. How can you more clearly promote them to the right audiences and to promote their value? Clarify what are the financial goals of the conferences, and consider any partnerships or combinations of the conferences. So those are the 3 that we'll be facilitating a scenario planning process around, and that we will develop action plans or roadmaps to implement whatever it is the scenario planning teams come up with as the best options to pursue. We also, though, identified 3 what we called go-do areas. These were things where folks didn't feel like they needed our support to go through the full scenario planning process, but that they could pursue internally. So small teams have also been formed around these 3 areas, and they'll be working through them internally. So the first is finding opportunities to improve visibility of individual departments and foster better communications for departments. So this is more of an internal effort within the organization. Also increasing transparency in organizational decision-making and providing meaningful opportunities for engagement with staff. The second area is to consider raising membership fees for service. And so again, knowing that folks were very satisfied with existing services, looking at what the options might be to increase fees in those areas. And then the third is to refresh or redesign the legislative roadshows. So there's some data there around folks' experience of those legislative roadshows. So looking at that data and better understanding members' experiences of them to assess the structure and geographic locations for those roadshows. So those are the 6 areas that the organization has prioritized and will be moving forward on. And then again, just in terms of next steps, we'll be starting that scenario planning work next month. Teams have been identified and are going to be scheduled soon. We'll then develop a roadmap that lays out the action plan for implementation in those 3 scenario planned areas. And then we'll move into the change leadership coaching with leaders to, again, make sure those changes are successful. So I'll stop there and appreciate your time and welcome any comments or questions that folks have, should you have time in the agenda. I'm not sure exactly how much time you allocated here, but welcome questions or comments if you have time.
Thank you, Sarah. We do have 9 minutes if there is any questions. Really appreciate the presentation and sharing with us for where we are. Any questions? And Linda, you get the first question. Please use the microphone if that's okay.
Can we get that PowerPoint since I'm gonna have a crook in my neck looking up because it's not pulled down further enough. So is it
You
any way
bet.
we can get the PowerPoint with the
Yeah, I'll
key
make sure that
outline?
Yes.
you bet. I'll make sure that Linnell has it and can make sure that you all get that distributed. Thanks for
Thank you.
asking.
Thanks, Linda. And there's the next question from. Any questions? Well, let's see on the Zoom. Do we have any questions from the Zoom room? I don't think we see any hands up. Perfect. So seeing there's
right.
no questions, Sarah, really thank you for sharing this. I believe this is getting us closer to really understand the strategic decisions that staff need to do and also the board need to consider in the months coming forward. So really appreciate this work, really disciplined work for us to understand where we are and where we need to go. Much appreciated. Thank you.
Thanks for your time, everyone, and thanks for the work you do. Take care.
Thanks. So I believe since we have 5 minutes, we just got started, but I do believe before we go to the next thing, I would like to recognize Lori to give us the run of a program that we have for you because we were not going to be done today by noon. We're going to be done tomorrow because we have a really cool program with the LPC. As you know, we make 50% of the LPC. So Lori, take it away.
Thanks, Sammy. So I've talked to some of you. Efren and I have met with a lot of you in Zoom, especially the new people to the board. We met with some of the newer LPC members who have not been around and done this legislative building for 2025. That starts tomorrow. So when you leave here today, don't forget us. You got to get on Zoom tomorrow at 1 o'clock. We're going to try to go for 2.5 hours is all. And we want to level set everyone so you're all starting in the same place. Some of you returning members have gone through this before. It's changing just a little. Rather than meet in person at this meeting, we'll meet in April in person and do a lot of the work. But we want to talk about the short session, what to be prepared for as we're on the same agenda that we are now with the priorities and principles document. And we'll just briefly chat about that, talk about the process that we're going to go through, answer questions, you'll do some breakouts with your region. So I'm looking forward to it, to seeing you all yet again in those little screens. Happy to take any questions that anybody might have. Everybody got the packet, correct? Seeing heads nod. Okay. Sammy, that's all I had. I just didn't want anybody to forget Efren and I. Thank you.
We won't. Thank you. And
Don't
just to really highlight the significance of this work, as you may know, there's so many important issues coming up in the short session and long session after this that relates to education. I don't want to steal the thunder from tomorrow, but really to highlight the significance of the work that you would do as members of the LPC. So with that, if we're ready to transition, I want to start with saying we do have a facilitated conversation right now and really want you to know how grateful I am for you being here, present here for this conversation with an open heart and open mind. And for folks on the Zoom, thank you for being here. I want you to have all of you, both Zoom and in person, the ability to make the good judgments on how to take care of yourself. If you need a break, if you need a restroom break, if you need to turn your camera on or off, whatever makes you feel comfortable to be present and to connect. If your camera on, we will be able to see you on the screen. So if that helps you to feel connected, feel free to do that, but don't feel obligated to do it. The idea is really take care of yourself first and foremost. Number two is I'm really entering this with humility and really curiosity on how can we really build a better Oregon, better OSBA, and better model for the local board that I serve on and for every local board we represent. I believe it's a huge opportunity for us to learn, reflect, and grow. I want to also recognize we come into this, as I was reminded by a board member recently from OSBA conference, everybody has something in their backpack. Remember the speaker who shared that with us? So we come with it with different experiences, expectations, or even knowledge of what we know and what we don't know. So recognizing we come at different levels and let's give ourselves grace as we share and as we listen, recognizing that fact. Last but not least, I want to remind us of the working agreements we have. And those working agreements depends on us reminding ourselves and each other on them. So let's make sure we always review them and we follow them so we can end up with a positive outcome. And I want to introduce our speaker, and I will say I don't know if there is a proper way to introduce Salam other than giving you my impression of him. I've worked with him and with a really a huge impression of he's an optimist and he sees the best of people and he sees the best of people every single moment. And I'm really inspired by that. I have grown tremendously through the few conversations I had with them. And I'm really grateful for our OSBA board to have the following few hours with him. So without further ado, please give it up for Salam Noor. Yes, please. Salam.
Good morning. Is this too loud? No? Okay. All right, I'm gonna get my tea and work my way up to the room, front of the room. All right, thank you. All right. Thank you, Sammy, for the kind introduction. And thank you so much for the opportunity to be here with you and to work with you this morning on something that frankly near and dear to my heart, which is you as a board and the association that you are a part of. And I will start by saying thank you for being board members in your local jurisdiction. And thank you for your willingness to pull double duty, so to speak, and be on this board on top of it. And I'm grateful to Emily and Sammy and to all of you for inviting me to be a part of your conversation today. And good morning to the folks that are on Zoom. I don't know if they can see me or not. I sound like I'm sick. I am not sick, I assure you. I was sick 3 weeks ago, but my lungs are still recovering. So, but I'm okay. I assure you, I'm not going to pass out. And if I do, I'm in good hands over here. So I sound worse than I feel. I feel really good, and I'm really delighted to be here. So I'm going to start this conversation. Can I go to my slides, please? Can we go full slide instead of the side panel? Oh, we go. Okay, thank you. And I'm going to move over here to this side of the room since I don't have my laptop to look at, so I don't get a sore neck from doing so. But I think it's really important to acknowledge the elephant in the room, and that's why I'm here. Your board went through a really significant and challenging event in November. And subsequent to that, there's been a lot of dynamics that many of you from talking with you recognize that they're not healthy, they're not constructive, and they interfere with your ability to do your work and to fulfill your mission as a board and also individually in terms of the work that you want to do here. So I want to apologize to you in advance and say, my objective is not to bring back or to open up old wounds, but I really think it's important to pause and reflect. And I feel it's a point of inflection, quite frankly, to determine what kind of a board you are, what kind of a board you want to be. And frankly, I'm not even directly involved in the public K-12 universe as much as I used to, but I heard about this. A friend of mine from Bend called and he said, "Did you hear what happened at the OSBA meeting?" And I said, "No, I did not." And then I started to look into it. And from talking to some of you, and I want to thank you for taking the time to talk with me and share your insights and your perspective. People on this board care deeply about this board. They care deeply about the association. And that's why you give your time and your energy and your effort. So I'm hoping today we will not rehash what happened in November. We will just look back to learn from that experience and make a commitment to just reset and recommit why we're here and what we're trying to accomplish. So I'm going to use my slides to help kind of frame the conversation. We're going to use November as a context, not as a dwelling point. We're not going to dwell on that. We're just going to use it as a context. I'm going to remind you of it, cause you to reflect. It may hurt a little bit, but I promise you it'll be better by the time we leave here today. So it's really an acknowledgement and healing, because we need to heal as a board and you need to heal individually and to reset and recommit. And some of you are new board members, right? How many are new board members here? So I apologize to you. This may be completely out of context, but I'm sure you've heard about it, right? Yeah? Yes, you've heard about it. So you're going to kind of find yourself in the middle of this conversation, but I believe it's an opportunity to contribute and just look forward and let's move forward. From talking with you, many of you, and again, I'm grateful for those that gave me their time and their perspective about the board in general and about what happened, there is a real genuine desire to do better and to be better. I do a lot of work in philanthropy, and our office manager, this wonderful lady, she simplifies it to in my view, the most beautiful and just kind of organic way of looking at things. She always looks at us and she says, just be better. Just be better. So, Mickey, we are going to be better. I hear from many of you that you want to lead and you want to lead by example. You represent the 197 school boards and maybe the 17 community college boards as well. And I believe they look to you. They look to you for leadership. They look to you for modeling what a board ought to look like, how a board should operate. And you become the model for the culture and the norms that you want to see happen in every part of the state. We're going to take some time to remember why you're here, remember why you joined the OSBA board and what you hope to accomplish, and also to remind you that your primary objective is really to ensure that every student in every corner of the state of Oregon has access to the best education we can possibly provide. And this is the best form of public service. I always used to make this joke with boards, is that you guys should double your pay. In your case, now you're doing this also as a volunteer. It is really the best form of public service. So thank you for doing that. And I just want you to remember that. We want to be better. We're here to acknowledge and heal. We're here to work together. We're here because I want to be here and I want to be a part of this board and I want to contribute to the work of this board and I want to make education better for every student in the state of Oregon. And this is a form of service that I provide. Okay? All right, so I want to talk a little bit about the format. You are sitting in small groups. We're going to work in small groups today. So we'll do work in our small group and report back to the large group because you are a community. And that's how we form and foster a sense of community, is we share what we're thinking and what we wish to do. I think working in small groups allows you to learn from each other, to share and appreciate different and varying perspectives, And I think to get deeper into the conversation, and that's really the hope for today, acknowledging that we have limited time. But I believe in the time that we have, you can get deeper into the conversation. Most importantly, get to know the person next to you. Get to know the person across the table from you. Appreciate where they're coming from. We're going to harvest information to decide on later. In every group, I'm going to ask you to choose a facilitator, a reporter, and a recorder. The facilitator is in charge of facilitating the conversation, making sure everybody participates, every voice gets heard, you're staying on time, you're staying on task, and you complete what we ask you to do. The recorder is a gifted note taker that's able to summarize the conversation succinctly so the reporter can share with the group. One person could do all three things, but I encourage you to approach it democratically and spread the responsibility. So I'm going to give you a minute right now at your table. Choose your facilitator, your reporter, and your recorder. You can volunteer or get voluntold or however you want to do it. And you have the option to do nothing. Yes. Mhm. Okay.
Should I actually combine them into one?
How about if you do 4 and 4? Oh, no, 4 and 3?
4 and 3?
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead and combine them into one. Yep. 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 Okay. All right. Will they hear me if I say something now? Okay. Yeah. All right. Everybody has picked their facilitator, recorder, and reporter. Okay. Can I see by a show of hands, please, who are the facilitators? Okay. All right. Yes, would you please bring them back? Okay, you guys, you don't need that. Yeah. All right. So I apologize to the folks on Zoom. For some reason, I taught a class actually a couple of years ago and it was hybrid. Half of the class would show up in person, the other would be on Zoom, and I would completely forget about the people on Zoom and they had to shout and remind me they're here. So we want to hear your voice and what's that? Okay. They all back? Okay. Okay, so for the folks that are on Zoom, good morning to you as well and welcome. And I just apologize. Sometimes I forget that we have people on Zoom, so please let us hear your voice and remind us if you want to say something or just jump in. And I think we just decided to put everybody in one room because we had two groups of 4 and 3, so we combined them. So you guys have new colleagues now with you in that room. All right, so every table has facilitator, reporter, and recorder, right? I can move forward, okay? All right, so next slide. It's not moving. Okay, so whenever I facilitate, I always like to bring my own ground rules with me. So I'm just gonna have you take a look at those for a minute. I'll go through them really quickly if you want. We want everybody to be present, both mentally and physically. That means be engaged. We want to appreciate and respect everyone's voice. There are no bad questions or stupid ideas. Avoid but, try yes, and. We need to attack problems, not people. Practice active listening, and I always like to add learning, really intently learn what's being said. Mutual respect promotes creative thinking. It's okay to disagree. It's not okay to not speak up. So facilitators, you need to draw everyone into the conversation. We need to have everybody participate. Off-topic comments at your table can be parked. We're going to avoid getting into the weeds. And most importantly, for a statewide association like yours, unity is really, really important, which doesn't mean we all have to think the same. We all have to feel the same. It's really respecting diverse opinions and perspectives and people and agreeing that you have a mission to fulfill. And the last thing I always like to add is let's have some fun. All right? Everybody's cool with these ground rules? Okay, let's have a little bit of fun then. I always come bearing gifts, and they're books. They're nothing exciting. So, okay. Anyone celebrating a birthday today? Anyone celebrated a birthday recently? All right. Wonderful. Well, happy birthday. So you get your first pick of a book. And I have 5 books. 2 are Leadership and Self-Deception, which is a leadership book. 2 that are called The Anatomy of Peace, which is about the humanity of people and seeing each other as people. Chris can give us a briefing on that if you want. And the last one is by David Brooks, How to Know a Person. All right, so you get to choose the book that you want. So you pick The Anatomy of Peace. Awesome. Okay, who is the longest serving member on the OSBA board? Well, if you're not here, unfortunately. All right, so Greg, you get to pick your book. Okay, very good. All right, who is the most newest member to the OSBA board? Okay. So we have 3. All right. So between the 3 of you, pick a number between 1 and 10. Okay. 1. So it'll be yours because it's a 9. All right. Which book do you want? The Anatomy of Peace. All right. Wonderful. Who has to travel the longest to get here? Is that Jackie or Will? Okay. They're the same. All right. And then you get to decide who this last book goes to. Who? All right. I love that. I should have had you help me with that. So who would that be? Linda? Yeah. Okay.
I feel like I'm being, a lot of us are being punished to be sitting here.
No.
I come to address the issue effectively, but I understand
Just,
what you're trying to
just
accomplish.
stick with me. All right, just stick with me. Because, not yet, not yet, yeah. Of course. All right. So, I know, thank you for that. I know there's conflict, and I'm going to talk about conflict. In fact, I would love to come back and do a full session with you on what I call conflict transformation, which is how do we define conflict? How do we recognize it? And most importantly, how do we turn it into a transformative moment and a learning experience and a learning opportunity and grow from it? And I'll talk a little bit about that here, just a couple of slides from a much longer presentation. But you had conflict in the room. And frankly, and I'll talk about that briefly, you had what I would call a task conflict. So conflicts fall into 3 categories: task, relationship, and values. You had a task conflict. The task revolved around the procedure involving the election of officers and how you go about that. And a task conflict, which becomes a process conflict, involves the method that you go about to determine how you carry out your policies, your bylaws, protocols, etc. Unfortunately, because you did not manage this conflict appropriately, it became a personal conflict. And unfortunately, it started to even narrow more, and it ended up falling in the lap of a few people. That was not your intention, but that was the action that unfortunately had a significant impact on the few people directly involved. And I would say on all of you as a board. I watched the videos a couple of times, and I had to go back and watch it over and over again just to get a deep appreciation of what was happening in the moment. And what I would say, your conflict did not start that day. It just culminated that day. And frankly, many of you were either caught directly in the conflict, caught in the crossfire, so to speak, of the conflict. And my hope is today, we're gonna work through some of that by focusing on why we're here, by focusing on the OSBA board and the purpose of the OSBA board. And I'm gonna walk you through a SWOT activity. I wasn't initially thinking about doing SWOT, but I'm gonna do a SWOT activity. And the SWOT activity focuses not on OSBA, the organization, but literally it focuses on you as the board, the people and the body. And the reason for that is because, in my view, that's how you're gonna work through this conflict. And before I go into my next slide, Jeff and Sammy asked if they could make a few comments, and I'm gonna turn it over to them to talk. Jeff, would you please start?
First of all, it's interesting to be here. We all care about kids, and there's a reason why we're here, right? And I was joking with Tristan is part of the reason why I was here is because Maureen is incredibly persistent and tenacious and annoyed me to the point where I said I'd rejoin the board. It was almost easier to say yes than it was to keep on telling her no. And through this conflict, I kind of asked why. Why did I want to come back? I mean, I've had 2 4-month appointments. This is my first time actually being elected to the board and being actually fully, on here. And through this process too, I've talked to, first of all, I have to say Salam's an amazing guy. I've spent probably 40 hours talking to him in the past month. And that's not an over-exaggeration at all. And I think the reason why we're here and the reason why I didn't quit comes back to one of my favorite devotions. And I'm a person that has really used my physical fitness as a way to deal with my personal trauma. I've been very open with people about having PTSD and how my physical health, it helps maintain my mental health. And this morning when I was doing my meditation on the treadmill, I was reminded of this devotion, and it was the purpose of scars. And it says scars can serve as 2 roles in our life, reminders of where we've been in our life and that we've been healed. And through our scars, we can show people where we have been in life and that there's also hope from their being healed as well. Sammy referenced my backpack comment to him, and I can't change what's in my backpack, nor can you. But I think going through this process, the question I keep on having to ask myself is, can something positive happen out of what we carry each day in our backpacks? And I think the answer is yes, because what we carry in our backpacks is ultimately the reason why we're here, because it's certainly not the pay. And I think that one of the things that my challenge is I've never been around the OSBA staff. I've checked in with them through this process, but they've also checked in with me. Definitely not the highlight of my board career, having the executive director check on me in a bathroom stall. But at the same point, the text messages, the words of encouragement to keep going, to not quit. And I have to say thank you. This OSBA staff is phenomenal. And I just want to make sure that's the only reason permanently why I'm here is for them and the role of the mentor. And I know that that's going to make me a better person. As you know, at the, not this convention, the last one, I actually, one of my quotes for the marketing campaign was about Vince Adams. I mean, if I could nominate him for statehood, that guy is a value, incredible value of wisdom and knowledge, and has made me a better board member because of that. And I also think too, going through as well, and just wanted to talk about and clarify. You know, I was asked to elevate some of these concerns. I was asked and pushed to address other things as well. And in my conversations with Salam and with Sammy, with Chris, and with Emily, the common thing I keep on having to say is someone has to turn the volume down. And I just want to say as we go through that I've had people keep on saying, you know, you're a good man. And I really want to clarify that. I'm an incredibly broken man who wants to be better and better himself each day. And I also know that I am a better man because of some of the people in this room. And so I just want to start that with the preference today and going through. And I really want to challenge is we have some scars in this group. But as a medical professional, I got to tell you too, the cool thing about scars, whether it's skin or, you know, surgery sites, I'm an orthopedic person, licensed in sports medicine. Scar tissue actually can heal. A broken bone can actually heal and become stronger than it was before it was broken. And so that's my challenge as we go through today is I really hope that these scars that we have and the pain that we've experienced in the last 2 months, something positive comes and it's going to cause us to grow stronger. But also too, it's going to cause us to be a tenacious advocate for all the kids in Oregon for K-12 education. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Sammy, would you care to make a few comments, please?
Yeah, thank you. I'm not sure if I can really top that. I appreciate the humility and the candor in sharing those comments. Salam, I believe you have engaged with me and with Jeff and several board members to really understand about, frankly, to really open our hearts that we can do better and we can understand where we came from throughout the conversations we had and the interactions we had. And I always think of things like sometimes you can explain, not necessarily justify, but regardless, when we have a good explanation of why things happen and how they happened, we can understand what can we do. And I think that's why everybody present is present here with candid acknowledgements. People really wanted to show up. So one of them did not have power. So I don't want to put anybody on the spot for not being here. They really tried to come in here in person or couldn't even connect over Zoom. So I appreciate Jeff's comments, and I have grown tremendously in the past few days and weeks and months, understanding that sometimes the process as I know it or the process as it exists is not the process that we all know. And I might have a wrong understanding of where we are, and I might have a wrong understanding of how my words and the context is understood. And it's just snowballs from there if we don't really see each other eye to eye and say, here's where I'm coming from, here's what I want to accomplish. And I really appreciate that we are now, I believe, getting closer to the ability of testing each other's assumptions and understand how can we achieve the goals that Salam you have put there. So I'm grateful for it. Grateful for Jeff's humility and candor. I've learned from him about some context that I frankly did not know until we were able to really talk about it. So with that, I really can't top those really candid and honest conversation that Jeff is encouraging us to say.
Well, thank you both. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for your courage. And what you've demonstrated is really this intentional act of listening and listening while you're seeing. And I think we have to go a little bit deeper as we see people. That's really the intent here. We don't know what's going on in people's lives. We don't know what causes them to react a certain way, but we do know that our words have an impact. Our actions have an impact. And it's always important to look at impact, but at the same time, we give people grace by considering intent. So we have to look at intent and impact and look at all of these things in totality. So basically building on that, there's an activity that I like to do that's called Start in the Right Way. So I gave you my ground rules. This is an opportunity for you to also establish some norms and ground rules. I know you have some protocols and board agreements behind on these name cards, name tents, but I like to use this as just a moment of reflection to get you to really think intentionally, and deliberately about what we're going to do to make this a really good meeting and what we're not going to do to keep this from becoming a bad meeting. So I use two terms here, inward mindset and outward mindset, and I'm a certified and licensed facilitator with the Arbinger Institute. An inward mindset means nobody matters. I am here for me. Your goals, your hopes, your dreams, your interests don't really matter to me. You're a vehicle to me to help me get what I want, or you're an object that's keeping me from getting what I want. An outward mindset is completely the opposite of that. It basically says, I see you, I recognize you, I appreciate you, your goals, your objectives, your interests matter to me. In fact, my success is contingent on your success. And I believe that's why you're here, because you're working on a single success, not 24 individual successes, right? So I want you to just take a moment, and you have sticky notes on your table. And we're not going to spend a lot of time on this because I want to make sure you guys get out of here in a decent hour. But the first question basically says, what would I or we, or how would I or we act in or approach this meeting in our minds if our mindsets were inward? Meaning, I don't care about who's at the table. I don't care who's in the room. You don't all matter. This is all about me. What is likely to happen? If you want to just write it down, and I'll ask a few volunteers. You don't all have to share. If you want to just write it down, what is likely to happen if we approach our meeting today, and any future meeting for that matter, that you're going to have as a board with this inward mindset? What is likely to happen? Just going to give you 30 seconds, and then I'm going to ask a few volunteers. Okay, are we ready? Normally, I would spend a lot more time on it, and we would actually generate the list of ground rules, but I'm also just trying to model for you some activities that would be helpful for you here and even with your local boards and organizations that you work with. All right, so what is likely to happen if we approach this meeting with an inward mindset? Conflict, thank you. We're going to have conflict. What else? Speak up, please. Refuse to share. So we're going to be quiet, right? I'm going to
So,
say
Salam, if I may remind us, please speak to the microphone so folks can.
refuse to
can-
share. What does it mean when somebody refuses to share?
Nothing happens. They don't engage. They
So-
refuse to share. It's all about them.
Right. It's all about them. So no engagement. If I refuse to share, what does that say about you? If you're sitting at my table and I refuse to share what I'm thinking with you, what am I telling you? I don't care. Does that mean I trust you? No, I don't care. So don't care. Don't care, don't value, don't trust. Okay, very good. So you get the gist of this, right? You get the mindset that we all shift into. Now let's go to the second. Can we ask the people on Zoom if they'd like to share a couple of suggestions? We have any takers? Okay. All right. So let's do the inverse of that, the opposite of that. If I care about what you have to say, and I know you care about what I have to say, you care about me as a person, what's likely to happen in this meeting? So you have conversation, resolution,
Building trust.
building trust,
Seek to understand.
seek to understand, understanding, friendships, relationships, how do you solve problems? Collaboration, right? Believe in best intent. You're willing to listen and hear what the person is actually saying. Okay. So you get the gist of this. So I always do this with groups because I come in with my own ground rules, but normally I would chart this out and we would put those ground rules here. I'm going to keep them here just as a reminder. So thank you for participating. The next thing that I want to do is called a meet to learn. So some of you in this room are new to this body, to the board. Some of you know each other. Maybe you want to get to know each other a little bit better. Some of you have been curious about someone and you want to really get to know them a little bit better. And frankly, some of the room, excuse me, some of the people in the room just have this tickle in my throat, which is a remnant of what I had earlier. Some people in the room don't see eye to eye. It doesn't necessarily mean they don't like each other, because maybe they don't know each other. But they really don't see eye to eye. They don't agree. They have different perspectives. They have different opinions and ideas about things. And that's okay. That's the beauty of having large boards like this, where you have diversity of thought and perspective, experience, culture, background, etc. So I'm going to challenge you. And I'm going to give you 5 minutes to do this. I want you to stand up, please. Look around the room. Stand up, look around the room, and find somebody that fits one of these categories. And I want you to ask them these questions. So the first question, it's not what do you do? The first question is really understanding why the work that they do is important to them. So these really get personal. Ask them why are they on the OSBA board? Ask about what knowledge and skills they bring to the board, because we really sometimes make assumptions, or we make assumptions based on what we see or where that person comes from. But they're much more than that, right? So, and then you're just going to take turns, okay? The key here is get curious. Don't be afraid to say, tell me more. Dig a little bit deeper. I had a conversation with one board member, and frankly, it was one of the best meet to learn conversations I've had in a long, long time. This board member said one thing, and I just got super curious, like a kid in the candy store. I just wanted to know more. I wanted to learn more. So find the person that you want to get to know a little bit better and do a meet to learn with them. And I'm going to give you 5 minutes. If you need more time, I'll give you more time, but we need to kind of get on with our work. And so you take turns. All right? Go ahead. Sure. Yep. Zoom are going to go into breakouts.
goes right there, okay. No, but you don't have anybody?
Mine? Sure.
Like, actually, the two, okay, we adopted this in 2017, so I feel fine. The model was 2015. This is not the place to start. Oh, they have looked at that since 1932.
Actually opens the check.
Just like,
Yes, onboarding checklist.
Okay, So I'm going to ask you to wrap it up. You've got about 30 seconds before the Zoom folks join back. All right. So if you could wrap it up, please.
Thank you.
Okay. So how many of you talked to the person that you paired up with for the first time? First time you actually talked to them? Okay. How many of you learned something about that person that made you appreciate them even more so? Okay. Can I just get a couple to share what they learned about the other person? Can I have a couple of volunteers? Linda, thank you.
Mr. Clyde is new to the board and sharing his thoughts as to why he came on the board. I love the idea that, he wants to,
Oh.
he's working, I'm sorry, he's working with his other regions and school districts that are in there and how he wants to reach out to them, how he wants to collaborate so that they're informed. And I like that idea because he's rural area and I'm a strong supporter of rural.
All right. Would you share what you learned from Linda? Please.
I met Linda in one of the conferences and she stood up and she was talking outright to the whole room. And that made me want to go actually engage with her and talk to her. The reason I'm here is because of her. And then while we were going through the appointment process, I would talk with Linda and I would get all kinds of encouragement and excitement, and it made me want to go forward. It made me want to do more. And even today, I still want to do more. A lot of my ideas have actually come from Linda, and I would look into them. I would try to find out how to improve them, how to adapt them, how to adopt them into the process that I would like to try and inform.
Yep.
And I'm a firm believer in you're not the focus. The focus is the group or the community that you surround yourself with.
Yep. Yep. Of course, please use the mic, please.
Like Wanda, because we all have our own perceptions. The room may wonder why he walked across. This was the summer conference. Everybody's in the keynote speaker room. Everybody's in there. And that was a gentleman said that basically he down, if you wasn't an educator, you didn't have a degree, that you basically didn't belong. I mean, he wanted educating people. And I stood up and said, no, that's, you don't have to, I want caring adults. I want caring adults who care for our students and who care for students to succeed and have a good quality of education. Caring adults is what we need. And he walked from across the room way over where I was after a break.
Yep. So I think we'll keep that on your table. So my takeaway from this is that we really don't know how we impact others. We don't know, they don't know how they impact us unless we tell them. So I would encourage you to take the time to seek out people that you don't know, people that you think may think differently than you do, and just get curious. Can we do one more? Thank you very much. This is really powerful. This is what I love about Meet the Learns. And I do them sometimes in large group where we actually have 2 people. When I do training year round with a group, we actually have the entire group go through a meet to learn for 45 minutes, where they just sit next to each other. And because they spend so much time with each other in advance to really get to know each other. You know, we had this one guy who is absolutely, you look at him, unassuming. He was a brilliant musician in Mexico. He came in with his guitar and it was just incredible. Can we do one more? A couple of volunteers, please, one more. I will not utilize the Socratic method. I will not call on people, not yet anyway, so.
Sure.
All right. So Jackie and Guadalupe, thank you.
Well, I've heard of her and I was really happy when she came over and wanted to meet me. And we are on the same page with education and what our desires are for children. And that was exciting to me. And her, we didn't get into a lot of her background because we didn't have time, but I'd love to learn more.
Okay. Thank you, Guadalupe.
Well, so yes, it was great. I beelined over to Jackie because I've seen her in the board meetings and I've heard her speak and is very impassioned about the work that she does. And so I was curious about what her background is. And she confirmed that the passion that she feels for education is real. And the rationale for that is her upbringing, and similar to mine, even though we didn't talk about that or we didn't specify that, but learning from her, I learned that we have similar backgrounds with regard to education. First generations to go to college, and that really has cemented a value in pursuing education and providing an opportunity for kids to see what a next step might be, not necessarily teaching them, here, this is what you have to do, or being prescriptive, but giving them a vision of opportunities.
Thank you so much. So unless we talk to each other and unless we really seek to learn and get curious about each other, we're going to be strangers to each other. And I think you guys spend enough time with each other that you really want to get to know each other. So thank you so much. Thank you over here for volunteering. And I'm going to move us on to the next item. And I want to give the Zoom actually an opportunity if there are a couple on the Zoom that want to share. Doesn't look like it. All right. Thank you. Okay. So I just want to say that we're going to feel like we're going back and forth here because part of this is healing. The activity that we did is part of the healing process. But I think it's also important for many of you to kind of work through the experience that you went through the last couple of months. And again, we're not going to rehash it. We're not going to dwell on it. But I think it's important to reflect on it. It's important to process it. And I would say individually and as a board to the extent possible. So I just want to apologize to you if you feel like I'm yanking your chain back into the conflict, but you have to go into the conflict to work through the conflict. So we were going to do a word cloud. I talked to a wonderful board member that suggested a word cloud instead of doing it the old school way that I was going to do it, which have you just say these things. But unfortunately, we don't have a paid account for word cloud, and we're going to revert back. I have to pivot, and I'm going to have to do it the old-fashioned way. But I don't want to make it uncomfortable or awkward for you. But there is a purpose for this slide. And I want to start with the first actual physical word cloud. So on your table, you have sticky notes. I would like you to write on one sticky note, as you reflect on the events of November 12th, 2023, describe in one word. And I was told many times by many of you that it's hard to stick to one word. I tend to be wordy myself. So in one word, I want you to really dig deep and find that one word that describes how you felt on that day and since then. One word. And then I'm just going to ask for volunteers. I'm not going to have everybody share what they came up with. But those that wish to, I would love to hear it. So one word. As you think about that day, how did you feel? One word. Okay, thank you. You can see the comments and just, okay, great. Okay. All right. Okay, are we ready? Good. So I'm going to read the comments that are online, and then I'm just going to ask some volunteers. I'm not going to read all comments, but then I'm going to, because I don't want, we have a small cell size here. We can't reveal who said what. So, but I'm just going to read some of the comments that were shared. Traumatized, ignored, unnecessary. What else? Frustrated, confusion, heartbreaking. Anyone thought they were betrayed? You got on this board for one thing and then, okay, Sammy? Betrayed? Betrayed? Because you all signed on for one thing and then all of a sudden this thing happens. I do want to acknowledge something though. I had the opportunity to do something similar with this, with another statewide association that has elected officials from 36 counties around the state. And as I was working through their conflict, it became evident to me that the pandemic and being on Zoom for 2 years and not having been in the same room for that time really affected their relationships, affected their ability to see the humanity in the other, affected their ability to build relationships. You can't really build relationships on Zoom. So I worked with them for 6 months. I'm not suggesting I do that with you guys. You don't need it. But that was a factor. That was a real serious factor because people have not sat around the table like this for almost 18 months. So I just want to share that with you because it gives you a sense of comfort. Know that being together, sharing, learning, having meals together is going to make a big difference. But you have to work at it and you have to allow it. Okay, a couple more. Who wants to share? So how did you feel?
Disappointed.
Disappointed. Okay.
Tragic.
Tragic. Tragic. So I'm going to use that as a segue to the next word cloud. In one word, describe in your own sense, in your own feeling, in your own kind of belief, what it means for you to be on the OSBA board. What does it mean for you to be on this board? Okay, I'm going to go to the Zoom and thank you so much for participating. And we have, so here's what people are saying. What it means to be on this board. Important. It's an honor to be on this board. It's a voice. You represent the constituency for learning, for representation, for advocacy. Who doesn't want all of these things? Let's hear from you guys. So what does it mean for you to be on this board? Team, sense of team. What else? Privilege. Empowerment, empowered to be on this team, on this board. What else? What does it mean to you? Why are you here?
Progress.
Progress. Hope, inspiration. You want to make a difference, right? The reason I asked you those two word clouds because this is really what's going on here. You have this sense of why you want to be on this board. And I would say those are shared. That's a collective sentiment. You all feel privileged, honored. You want to make progress. You're hopeful. You're optimistic. You want to make a difference. But what happened on November 12th does not match that, right? So this is part of the conflict work that I do, which is the espoused values versus the enacted values. And it's really the culture. So behind each one of those named tents, you've listed your values. You've listed how you're going to engage and participate, but that did not happen. So the key is, how do we correct that? How do we actually live our espoused values? If you want the OSBA to be the most progressive, optimistic, thoughtful, legislatively active, hopeful, you name it, whatever, then our actions don't match our views. They don't match our hopes. So that's really what we're going to work on today. And that's the question that I want to just kind of leave with you for a minute. We're not going to get into this. We don't have time, and I want to give you a break. So do the OSBA board espoused values match the enacted values? Now, to put the staff on the spot, I'm not asking you, but if I were to ask you, you would probably say no. If I were to ask you that are members of the board, you would probably say no. If I were to ask the newcomers that thought the board operated in a certain way, but now they have a completely different experience that they're immersed with, they'd probably say probably not. So espoused values versus enacted values. Those two have to match up, in my opinion, in order for you to be a successful board. So these are some of the things that I heard from board members that I interviewed. We lost a bit of integrity that day. We know people are hurting and they're still hurting. There was a lot of confusion. People used words that hurt, so words matter. We have to be mindful of that. We have to be accountable for what we say. There was a pattern of less transparency, conflict disorder, chaos. We lost trust. There's lack of trust. There's a huge communication gap that may have contributed to where we are today. There's a culture change. And I'm just going to let you grapple with that. So there is a culture change. Every time you have a leadership change, whether at the organizational level or the board level, you have new people coming in. We are people, we bring a lot of stuff with us. And we want to contribute in our own way. So that leads to a culture change and a culture shift. Question is, how do we manage that? And how do we work on it together as part of our overall board culture? We lost structure and civility in that meeting. And there was a lot of egos and agendas at play. Okay, so back to reflection. As you look back at that day, was there something you wish you had done differently? Was there something you wish you had said, not said, said differently, or said sooner? Because many of us just kind of, we're confused. I mean, being I know this organization and I've been around your meetings for a long time, and that was an anomaly. And I want you to keep that in mind. That was an anomaly. That's not the norm. And many things led to that. And some of those things are out of your control. But you as a board haven't really figured out how to engage with those things and how to kind of work through them. Was there someone you wish you had talked to try and help, or to even try and get help? Was there a moment you felt helpless and no one can do anything and you just wanted to leave? How many of you just wanted to leave? Wanted to get up and leave? Just look around the room, everybody. Because that's not what you signed on for, right? So the question is, why and how did we get here? How did things get so bad? I'm just going to let you sit with that for a minute. Just think for yourself. What do you think contributed to all of that? Okay. So I don't want to ask you because we're going to reflect on that. And when we go through our activity, we will think about how we not do that in the future. But I think these are things that many of you shared with me. Many of you said, wish I had said something or not said something. I wish I had recognized that my words and actions were going to have this impact. So I just put it out there as a reminder, not to blame, not to justify, not to rationalize, not to hold anyone responsible, because we have to get through all of that and we all have to be responsible for our own success. When I did a training with the board, I think it was in 2018, Jim Green and Mary Paulson asked me to come and help the board transition. A couple of you were in the room. You were transitioning from, I don't remember the status of the organization, but you were becoming a nonprofit board or a nonprofit organization, and I do a lot of work with nonprofits. So they asked me to come in and talk about what it means to be a nonprofit and what it means to be a nonprofit board, and I did this long presentation. But one of the things that I remind all boards, and specifically nonprofit boards, but public boards in particular, and we talked about this at length, is this duty of care. And duty of care means that board directors like yourself must give the same care and concern to the board responsibility as any prudent and ordinary person would manage their own personal matters. So you have to care. You're making a commitment to care about this board as much as you care about yourself. You care about the board's affairs as much as you care about your own, which means you care about the board's governance, board's operations, board's finances, all of that stuff as much as you care for yourself, right? So I just want to bring us back to this notion of duty of care. And just remember that you have a duty of care. You have a duty of care to the board, to the organization, and I would say equally important to each other. And I just want to remind us that, yes, as we work through this conflict, we have to remember that the board is bigger than one person, one idea, one conflict, and one meeting. This is really the public square where we all come together, share ideas, discuss ideas, debate ideas, and figure out how we're going to move forward with the best ideas that represent every student in the state of Oregon and every community in the state of Oregon. I also I'm going to get into conflict here in a little bit. Conflict is normal. And I am really comfortable with conflict. And I don't seek it out, but when it's there, I embrace it. I do my best to work through it, even when it's uncomfortable. So it's really important to just figure out how we identify it, how we define it, because what you had was really a task conflict, a process conflict that became personal, and it affected everybody in the room. So it was personal to specific people, but it also became personal to all of you just by proxy, so to speak. So how do we work through that, and how do we use it to learn and grow? And unity is really important, especially as a board, because you have a single mission. Think about it, you have 24 members on the board, right? Something like that. 23. 23. You have a single mission. You don't have 23 missions. But even if you bring 23 missions into the board, they all have to coalesce and become a single mission. Do you think that's going to take some conflict between you? It will. Because when I talk about conflict, I'm not talking about fighting. I'm not talking about arguing. Conflict is having a difference of opinion, having a different perspective, have a different interest, have a different priority, have a different advocacy position. But how do we work through all of that and not let it become a personal conflict? And through this engagement, I believe, is what you accomplish. One of the things we talked about is being an effective board. That's what good governance for a nonprofit means. You're accountable, transparent, responsive, you're consensus-oriented, participatory, inclusive, you follow the rule of law, and you're efficient. I believe that's what you're striving for, right? That's what you want. How many of you want something different from that? Okay. And I just wanted to share this slide with you. I have a lot of different sources I can share with you, or resources relative to effective teams. This is actually an effective teams article in the Harvard Business Review that was just recently published. And effective teams, and I'm going to say boards because you're a team, technically, don't leave collaboration to chance. They keep their colleagues in the loop. They communicate effectively. They share credit and success. They are accountable and take responsibility for their own actions, which is important. They believe disagreements make them better. They proactively address tension. When they see tension, when they see potential conflict, they don't wait for it to become a conflict. They do a meet to learn. There's another activity called meet to give. Engage in collaborative problem solving, and they put their mission first. Okay? I'm going to do this before I move us into our SWOT activity, and then we'll take a break. Is that okay? Thank you for being patient. So when I think of conflict, and like I said, I have like a 3-4 hour presentation that I do around conflict transformation, and we get into a lot of details about what these things are. But the literature around conflict resolution and conflict transformation, because for me, it's got to be transformation. It has to be transformative for me as an individual and an organization or a team when I'm engaged in conflict. Otherwise, it's just going to continue to fester and perpetuate itself. So there are three types of conflict. Like I said, task, relationship, values. Your conflict was really a task conflict. It turned into a personal conflict. And I would even say it turned into a values conflict. I don't think you intended for it to be that. Values conflict can be really destructive. So figuring out what the conflict is and containing it and keeping that in front of you is really important. We also would agree that most conflicts are minor. People have a difference of opinion, different perspective. They agree to disagree. They respect each other. They honor each other. Most conflicts can be easily handled. They can be overlooked without harm to people. I have 4 children. So quite often I just overlook some conflicts. Just let it go. I had to learn to let it go because I knew in some cases I'm not going to win. So no, I'm just kidding. I learned that from my sister a long time ago when my kids were little. She just said, sometimes you just got to overlook some things. You can't just nitpick everything. You got to let it go. And I would say conflicts can be avoidable if explanations are provided, they're provided in a timely fashion, they're clear, they're consistent. And that was part of your conflict. Explanations were not sufficiently provided, or they were provided, but not enough information shared. And that's something else we'll talk about later. But the main thing is, it was a task conflict. It's important to step back and say, what is the nature of this conflict? What's going on here? And let's not get personally invested and make it a personal conflict. And if we have a service-oriented attitude, this outward mindset that I believe in best intent, I believe in the humanity of the other person, they may appear to be doing something, but the only way for me to figure that out is to actually engage with them and ask them. Because otherwise, you get into these interpersonal, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this, but these are the types of conflicts you were engaged in. Interpersonal conflict, intrapersonal conflict between groups now, intergroup, identity conflict. That's when we actually enter some dangerous territory, when we start to say this conflict is based on identity or something along those lines. So we don't want to let things become that. And the only way to work through it is by avoiding this collusion that you guys were engaged in. How many of you have heard the term collusion? Okay, what does collusion mean? Would you care to share? Mm-hmm.
Well, I think it has some context. Boo. I think it's the idea, and it can be a little bit contextual, but this sort of communicating in a way that lacks some transparency and often lacks context, and then there's probably a way more succinct way of saying this, so I
No, that's
apologize.
good. That's good.
And then, and sort of that sort of begins to fester sort of underneath, with those ideas that aren't necessarily whole in terms of the understanding. And so you have these
Yeah.
groups sort of colluding for a certain idea or a
Yep.
certain purpose or perspective.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that explanation. And I'm going to show you an example of collusion here really quickly. So, when we get into collusion, it is a conflict. Often starts with two people or two teams, could be with two department heads, two agency heads, you name it. So what is it? What does it involve? Is there a cost to it when we engage in collusion? What kind of damage can we potentially do, even if it involves just two people? And how do we get out of it? And again, my training goes into that in great detail. We don't have time to get into it. But what's important when we think about conflict and collusion is to recognize sometimes things start really, really small. And if we don't deal with them in a constructive way, they get blown out of proportion and get out of control. They involve one or more people. And I think resolving collusion means I have to pause and think about my role, whether direct or indirect. What is my role in this conflict? What is my impact on others? Because sometimes I may see one perspective and decide to align myself with that perspective, but this is having a huge impact, not just on people, but on the function of the board, on the full operation of the body, and most importantly, on the staff. The board is really dependent on the staff's ability to support you. And if the staff is experiencing the same distress and the same trauma that you're experiencing, it's worse for them. Because you step away from it and you go back to your normal life, to your local board, your job. This is their job. They're going to be swimming in it all the time. And when you create that kind of tension and that conflict, it really paralyzes the organization because people become very uncertain about what to do. And they become really fearful of doing the wrong thing, even when it's their job, because now they're worried about the impact of what they're doing. Okay? So this is a collusion diagram. Again, it's very simplified. What do you see here? Two people, right? Linda, may I use you as an example? Let's pretend you and I are engaged. You were on the same team. our boss comes to us and assigns you a leading role in a project that we're working on. Well, boss didn't bother to say anything to me, and we would diagram this usually, but I'm going to go through it really quickly. The boss didn't really say anything to me, and I was hoping to be the person that leads that project, but now it's Linda. Well, Linda and I are really good colleagues, and Linda knows that I wanted to lead this project. And she even may have attempted to tell the boss, no, give it to Salam. He really wants it. But the boss said, no, I want you to do it. So Linda feels really uncomfortable. She feels awkward. So what does Linda do? She starts to avoid me. Right? You avoid me. I come up the elevator. She takes the stairs. We come up the elevator together all the time. So Linda starts to avoid me. Linda's not communicating with me. Linda's spending more time with the boss. I am the injured party here, right? Right? So what do I see? What is Linda doing? What is Linda doing? What do I see Linda doing? She's not doing anything wrong, but what do I see Linda doing? She's avoiding me. She's rejecting me. Oh, yeah, use the mic, please. So we had two things, avoidance and rejection. Is she ignoring me? Right? She's ignoring me. What starts to go in my mind? What's going on in my mind now? It's like, oh my gosh, Linda set me up. What did she say to the boss so I didn't get this assignment? And now both are conspiring against me, right? They're both conspiring against me. So that's what I see. So now Linda, my friend and colleague, do I offer to help her now? I probably will try to sabotage her because I am injured. So what do I see? I cite, like my wife would say, beat them to the ignorers. So before she ignores me, I ignore her. I see her coming off the elevator. I turn around and go the other direction. She says good morning to me. I mumble under my breath. All right. So that's what do? I start to ignore her. It's almost like you're retaliating in behavior. So your behavior changes because now you're in a different mindset. Linda does not matter to me anymore. Linda has become an obstacle to me, right? So I'm not going to treat her with kindness, with respect, with regard, with collegiality. Now, that's what Linda sees.
You're the inward mindset.
I'm in an inward mindset, right? So Linda sees me doing all of this stuff. So what does she do? You think she'll ignore me even more? Probably. Said, I want nothing to do with him. He's pouting. He needs to grow up. I want nothing to do with him. The reason I'm acting this way is because I'm trying to justify how I feel. So she becomes an object. She's no longer a human being, a person to me, a colleague, a friend. She's an object. So what typically happens is we start to gather allies. People see this interaction. People come and talk to me, and I talk to them, and they talk to Linda. Can you believe what he's doing? Can you believe what she did to me? This is where you end up with kind of expanded collusion. And this begins to involve a lot of people, and it creates a lot of dysfunction. So the key here is, how do we recognize that Linda and Salam have an issue? And this issue could have been resolved, as I mentioned earlier, by communicating. Communicating clearly. The boss sitting with the both of us and saying, I want Linda to lead this project because X, Y, and Z. You're an important part of this project, and you and Linda have a great relationship. You guys figure out how you're gonna do it. And we'll probably end up co-leading, right? But that didn't happen, so it leads into a conflict. So I'm gonna borrow a couple of chairs really quickly, if I may. Can I take this one? I'm sure your facilitator wouldn't mind. May I? So this is really what collusion looks like. So how do I get out of collusion? How do I get a collusion? I use the chairs analogy. People are sitting back to back. They're in conflict. Linda and I are in collusion. We're in conflict of each other.
Am I to sit back to back with you?
If you want to,
Just sit in with an or discussion you're having here.
yeah, it's okay. You don't have to.
Okay.
Well, if you want to, go ahead. Oh, come on, Linda. So let's go back to the other diagram. Can I do that? Can you take it back to the other diagram, please? So can Linda see what I'm doing? Can I see what Linda is doing? Is this a safe place for me to be? It is safe because we're kind of buffered, but it's also unsafe because now I'm making a lot of assumptions and I'm drawing in a lot of people into this conflict, and we have no idea what's happening on the other side, right? However, to solve this conflict, one of us has to turn their chair. So it's the turning the chair step. And when we think about turning the chair, we get really, really stubborn because we think by turning your chair. So if I turn my chair, stay where you are, please, Linda. I'm in this position. I don't have an expectation for Linda to turn her chair. I did not create that an expectation because I turned the chair based on my own choice. And I believe it's a leadership moment, and I believe it's a responsibility moment to say, I'm going to turn my chair because this conflict is creating a lot of damage, and it's causing a lot of damage to myself, to Linda, to my colleagues, and the organization. Turning the chair takes a lot of courage, takes a lot of humility, takes a lot of belief in what you're doing. But the only way to get out of this collusion is by me turning the chair and reconciling with Linda and help her understand what I did and to take responsibility for that. Now, Linda can choose if she wants to turn her chair or not. Linda, do you want to turn your chair? So what happens now?
We collaborate and we solve the problem.
Yes.
And we move forward.
Yes.
And we forgive each other.
Beautiful. I couldn't have said it better than that. All right. On that note, let's take a break. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, sir. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Reminder, we need to check out by 11. If you do, please let me know. So maybe we'll send the 10 minutes to 15. Anybody needs to check out by 11.
What does the hotel say? He gave us to 12:30, right?
Standard is 11 unless you request an extension.
Okay, I'm going now. I'll go tell my husband that.
12? Okay.
I'll go tell my husband that.
Only 12. We can extend it to 12. So you may need to put it in your
No.
I was going there, like, she's getting home when because she's gonna leave the meeting.
Yes, sir.
I want to get.
I think Richard said that. I know, I just saw. It's a different name. Oh.
I thought so, yeah.
That's cool. Actually, well, mileage. Future notice.
I know.
Yeah, I was wondering.
Okay, so yeah, so they live in Portugal, and I did it from Cabela here. I was like, he offered me to get me, I'm like, well, if you just go down at the Cabela, then I'll just Uber through there, and then I mean, just sleep through the whole way. The bottom is. Yeah, so serious cabin fever.
And it is your right here, make a new one for. That is yours. I think it's.
I don't want to make another deal.
Personally, it's not really giving me an explanation, so you're good. Making sure it's black-ish, right? It's true. We should actually.
That was nice. Called in.
It looks like a poodle.
Maybe from the car.
But no, it's, I'm the giver. So therefore, $50 limit applies. Well, it could be. Yeah, it could be.
I looked, the plane I'm on is not the one that.
Adam, we don't need to get that today. But I think you're.
Alaska? You fly out of Boise.
I'm flying out of Walla.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Every.
I can make one of those.
After everybody ate too, but you're. It was a little warm in that room last night.
Down all. They had really.
Now it's going down. Is that what you're doing here too?
I know.
Oh, the guy. Back to you. Dude.
You gotta, you know, like, Timmy's not a good advantage, like, our website says 90 days. So, anyway, you say you can get a. I'm only requesting that you sign up for it right now.
He'll know your name.
Last week of January. I think, yeah, we were done like early today.
Well, it's different now, and you have a dinner. You know, you don't have a dinner, you have a meeting with two senators in the evening.
Oh, it's not.
No, because they couldn't, something was all messed up, and so, but they said, hey, well, let's just leave 5:45 open to meet, and then everybody disperses to go eat wherever they want.
Oh, yeah. these ones.
Not. Oh. I guess they used to do.
I know, I saw that. I saw him come in.
We should have made this.
There you.
Oh. And it's whoever.
No, it was pretty warm.
Go grab more Mountain Dew in there.
But anyways.
Who did?
So I'm walking in.
Should I go sit?
I took my name tag off my computer with him.
What? Should I go sit?
Yeah, with your big coat on.
She, well, she is.
Yeah, she is for something like Yeah, we've had conversations about it.
I just want to live in the mountains, like some sunshine off the grid.
I loved COVID because I could just stay on my farm. Only the neighbors would talk to me every once in a while. And the
Drive-by
animals.
birthday parties were the best. You
I
don't have to
never
go to
went to
any,
any.
you don't have to go to any bounce house places or gym. You just drive up Casa Quinta window.
Oh, that was fun.
I don't know, we finally did a little drop off birthday parties.
But then except for when it's the host. I made the mistake of just naming like the extra and I invited them and then I just handed her the extra. And there were so many kids, just like kids for legal that K through 3, she's in 2nd grade, and giving everyone. I had to work out. They're like, we're happy.
Party. His birthday party and I didn't specify if it was drop off or not.
Exactly.
2 hours of babysitting.
Right?
I
I'm
love it
gonna
when
drop
they,
off all 3 of mine.
I love when they don't tell you, and all of a sudden you have like 10 extra kids and the parents didn't even check in. You're like, are you really in my son's class? And then you're like verifying, is he really in your class?
Party crash.
10-year-old party crash. I would not be surprised. 10-year-old me would have crashed the party. And you would have crashed the party? No.
I mean, you know, the cake is good.
Yeah, exactly.
Depends on what they were doing. The activity.
Okay.
There's like 3 seconds.
Yeah.
So expensive, like, it was like a house there, turned into like, they have one room that. Like sand tile. I think it's true.
That's easy to replace.
I'm like, I don't know, Justin let me be there. I'm like,
Yeah, it's probably.
Several of them are.
Who's speaking?
Did you say?
Whatever possible, I try to sleep in my own bed, so I drive back to the thing, it's like.
Yeah. That's the way I was on the road. It's like.
Unless the weather is. Or it's really.
And we have like out of time, like it's, actually it's freezing fog. I didn't even have a spare room, like, you fan. Only because the children share a room.
Okay, are the online folks on Zoom with us? Am I on? Okay, all right, can we get back together, please? If I can get you back to your table, that would be wonderful. Thank you. All right. So we worked through this collusion, just hypothetically continuing with the train of thought here. What happens if we don't? What happens if you don't resolve the issue? This is the cost. There is a cost to collusion. There's a cost to people, to a team. The conflict is on the team, to an organization, to a company. Your culture gets damaged. Culture rebuilding is one of the most challenging and difficult things to do. Culture change or culture rebuild. You have the risk of damaging your own credibility, your own reputation, and I'm sure you're concerned about that as a board. You're concerned about your reputation and credibility. There is a financial cost. It's a huge financial cost as a result of collusion. Cost of people like me, but also when you start investigating and reinvestigating, those are resources that are being directed toward other things that may not be as conducive for you accomplishing your work. So just think about how else could this be costing you? I heard the word trauma and re-traumatized. There is a personal cost, and that's not what you are here for. So let's work through this with a focus on the board, and let's work on making the board highly effective and successful. I believe that's what you all want. Let's use this as an opportunity to renew our relationships with each other, our relationship with the board, our relationship with the association, and that means our commitments. Let's show up for our students and educators and families across the state of Oregon. That's why you travel all the way from the southwest or southeast corner of the state to be here, because you want to represent those students. Let's do our best to be our authentic self, our best self, and give grace to ourselves because we're going to make mistakes. I'm going to say the wrong thing. I am going to do the wrong thing. But give me the opportunity to recognize that and acknowledge that and to forgive myself. And also I ask you to give me grace and forgive me and and those that are around us. And most importantly, don't keep conflict from helping you accomplish your mission. So we're going to get into our work. How many of you have been through a SWOT activity? Okay, so you understand it. I don't need to explain it, right? Strength, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. Couple of explanations. What are strengths? What are weaknesses? What are opportunities? What are threats? But I do get into that a little bit in the handout that you have at your table. So we're going to work in groups. I'm going to give you, in the interest of time, I'm going to start with 10 minutes per group, per section. If you need more time, just raise your hand and say, I need 2 or 3 or, okay, and I'll give you more time. But the way we're going to do this, we're going to tackle each one of those components individually. So we're going to work on our strengths, and then we're going to share out. Everybody's going to hear what every group came up with. And then we'll move on to our weaknesses. Work in your group, share out. Then we get into opportunities. Work in your group, share out. And then threats. Work in your group, share out. After that, because we're listening and learning and appreciating different perspectives or validating similar perspectives, because that's equally important to recognize that people around the room think like you do. You have a lot in common. Then we're going to go back into our respective groups and you're going to prioritize. You're going to come up with the 5 things. You may have generated multiple things, but you're going to come up with the top 5 things based on what you heard, not just what you came up with. That's the benefit of learning. What you heard, the top 5 priorities for the board to work on to be the effective board, the exceptional board, the model board that you want to be. All right, so I'm going to time you. I have what, 10:43? Is that about right? 10:44. So I'm going to give you till 10:54. If you need more time, you just need to tell me you need more time. These are the questions we're going to answer relative to your strengths, both from an internal perspective and the way you think your audience may be seeing you and perceiving you. And again, this is focused on you. This is focused on the board, not the organization, the board. And that is purposeful because we need to now have a neutral, objective conversation relative to the purpose for being here today, for being a board member. So what do you consider the board's top 3 strengths and assets? What's working well? Why is it working well? What do you need to continue to strengthen? What do you need to do to continue to strengthen your board or organization? Board specifically. Okay, 10 minutes. And we have flip charts. I'm going to bring the flip charts over to you. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
What? Yeah, if you want to use flip charts now, you can. Because we're going to ask you to share out. So it would be good for people to see what you came up with.
Have some.
I don't know who you, oof, sorry about that. I'm going to put this over here.
When I read the question, it's the first thing that is the.
So far, my impression has been that everybody's willing to share and say things. I mean, that's not true. I think it's great that people can say hard things. So it's a norm. Oh. So commitment or passion. Yeah. To education.
I think that is one of the best that I see is the strength and the different perspectives.
But I was.
Commitment and expertise.
Right now, just go with the turnover, what is currently happening with staff?
Yeah.
I know, that's a lot of resources, but it could be. Balancing other things.
Yeah.
I don't know. Not school ideas and the board and inside out. I feel like
Yes,
it's
exactly.
rebuilding relationships and trust.
Well, it's an opportunity, yeah, opportunity to be. Mhm. Uh-huh.
That's my biggest preference. Like,
Well, I mean, my impression, even as a new board member, on a board that really hadn't engaged directly with OSBA much.
That's
We
what
had
that
Mark
model
Watson
should-
was
I've
on
been to
PC,
that
but
and
other than that, we've been pretty removed. So my impression was that it was very
Find our
organized
process, we did it in
and a
government,
landing
right, as I
space
was
for
transitioning.
answers.
Well,
Now that
to
speaks
retirement.
maybe more even to staff and the board itself.
It's
But
just the business sort of.
it did establish itself really to me as a very legitimate agency. And when I was on city council, we looked at League of Oregon Cities.
We all gotta go to this training. We all
OSBA
gotta do
seemed
this.
a
We
little
all
more
gotta-
professional and like a little bit
Parties
further
together that
along
was
in
involved.
the way they are organized and
Yes, a
run
lot of us are.
than what I had experienced as a counselor with LLC and no offense to LLC at all. So
It's hard to move on.
no, I'm not teaching. I did teach in the spring a little bit, but no, my husband's a teacher. And so I'm out. We have a special needs son who's 19 now, home with us. So that's most of my time. So. But yeah, I kind of had to seek out. I mean, how about a hot topic, but I did have to seek out things that I had to go find the facilitations for me. And that communication piece and what is it and caring doing and so that's. I went to the site to look for what was there. And I haven't yet until I went to the conference, so I went to the conference, but I was already board member who attended, and that is when I really, I mean, that was extremely useful for me as a new person. And then that, my impression at the conference of OSB staff and how it was run made me important. So this is an organization I think I need to get involved with just to help our own city, state, I mean, I feel like also see like what we could do together. So I was a founding member of the Women's Caucus for LOC, so we didn't have a women's caucus where people could. We went through that process and trying to build that at the top level, so I was able to see that actually up at the top, how it really can influence how councils were operating, but the chair, I mean, councils, we're all having the same exact things that you guys are doing, but it's crazy, it's the same things that councils have not been able to figure out, how to work together interpersonally, so that you can get policy. And Jeff, you spoke to it yesterday, but the piece about it's in place in systems, policies to address these types of things. And I mean, it's really fascinating. So this is the body that probably, you know, this. But if you're in charge of this board, what I felt like that would have been.
That's what concerning.
But, and it read, yes, but I think. We'll see some good meeting, good progress. And the
Well, I am. I know with no doubt, yourself, Chris, and John is gonna. And hopefully the next year I come on.
It's like the in-person piece.
I've been telling, talking to Chris all weekend. That's pushing.
Well, I told him, definitely, I don't know, something wrong too.
Well, and I think the communication,
Send him an
like,
email?
to continue to strengthen
On the interview
communication
tonight.
all the way down about what Alexis the board is doing.
Not everybody, I keep saying people because they don't want to use the name list. But this can't be a political agenda.
She's connected.
Withholding information from the board.
Yeah,
Not just the board,
absolutely.
there's anything.
But you need the business.
In order for us to move forward and to keep the personal agenda. And I feel like, you know, we just can't move forward without. Now that stuff is costing us money, it's hard for me to even try to articulate.
Understand the process.
It's just.
I think you led into something else, but I got that because I think that's really important.
Yeah.
That everybody participates. I love that people show up.
So then who's to
And there's also.
that OSBA sent us ordinance that we did.
So.
Send it.
I think understanding. And then strengthen.
And last night we had security. He told me it shouldn't.
Okay, yeah, let's bring him back, please.
Pretty intense.
Okay, how are we doing on time? Do you guys need more time or are you good? Good? Okay. Okay, if I can get you to summarize your conversation so you can share out. If you could do that quickly, please.
I think that we're proactive. Instead of.
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind, just to accommodate the visual learners.
I don't even know what position. We're lying.
If they can put it in the chat, or actually, if one of them wants to report out. for our folks, our friends and colleagues that are online, if one of you wants to report out what you came up with, would you be willing to do that? Okay.
I can, Chrissy, do you want to speak or do you want me to speak? Because I was taking the notes.
Yeah, Neelam, why don't, if it's okay with you, why don't you go ahead and report since you have the notes right in front of you?
Yeah, sure. And,
Thank you.
Salam, you just want me to give a few highlights from
Yes.
each area?
Yes, if you could just hold on for 1 second, please, Neelam.
Sure, of
Okay.
course.
Is everybody ready to go? Yes? Okay, I know, I wish we had more time, but I'm gonna keep us moving so you guys can get out of here at a decent hour. And the Zoom and the floor are yours, Neelam.
Okay, all right, great. So in terms of strengths, some of the highlights of what we talked about was, we have member statewide and good representation from various regions of the state. We have members on the board with diverse lived experiences that are reflective of students. We also talked about, the legislative advocacy. And then of course would be remiss without mentioning our wonderful staff. We are so grateful to them for, everything that they do. Including bringing us all here today. We wouldn't be able to do anything without, all of their amazing support and expertise. And then, a couple of highlights of what's working well. The external communications are really, really effective. And then, kind of invaluable services and support that OSBA provides, and not only to the large districts, but particularly to smaller districts. Those have just been really, really invaluable. And then there's, a lot of expertise both through the membership and then, the caucuses and advisory committees that have formed, and it just provides there are opportunities for each of us to provide our perspectives. And then what needs to be done to continue to strengthen OSBA? We talked about just getting to know each other better, and the just building off of what you said, Salam, Zoom has been, an impediment to that. And, what are ways we can model togetherness and, and then use Zoom on top of that.
All right, wonderful. Thank you so much. Very clear, very succinct, answered all 3 questions. So as we go around the room, I want to suggest that, and that's really the sort of the benefit of going first, as you probably articulated many ideas. So just acknowledge that they stole your ideas and build on that. Just acknowledge and build on that. But before we go on, I always give the groups an opportunity to ask clarifying questions. So a clarifying question is seeking to understand, not to explain, seeking to understand. Are there any clarifying questions for our friends and colleagues on Zoom? Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Who wants to go next? All right, thank you very much.
So strengths, everyone here seems to have good intent. They seem to be here for the right reasons. Passionate. Everyone you run into at OSBA, they're passionate about kids. They're passionate about the work and moving things forward. And yeah, just echo them. We are very, very diverse, both in many ways, how we look and how we think. What's working well, our staff is awesome. Our willingness to improve and come together in spite of challenges. And what do we need to continue to strengthen? We need to continue to be collaborative. We need to acknowledge where we've fallen short and seek to resolve those things. And avoiding personal agendas and, looking at serving every student in Oregon, not just a particular segment is important.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Any clarifying questions? And you let me know if they have any clarifying questions. Okay. All right. Hearing none, can we just work our way across the room? Okay. Thank you.
Okay, our group here decided on what you consider the OSBA's top 3 strengths or assets. We said that the diversity of our members and of the diversity of the types of districts that we come from. We've come from small ones and big ones and urban ones and rural ones. And we're then the commitment to education and kids is part of our strengths, and legislative expertise of being able to help our school districts out because of what we do at the capital level. Question 2 is what was working well and why. We have a facilitation of critical information to our communities. We want to get everything out. I think we're doing a good job of doing regionally, being able to get information from our organization down to the boots on the ground. We care about operations, so we take care of what's going on in our organization. The board provides the staff that we need, the financial means that we need, and all the tools that are there for the staff to be able to represent our organization. We think that's working well. Then another thing that we said was showing up, that our board members from this board are well engaged in the meetings and the Zoom meetings, the in-person meetings, the conferences. We're the people that are always there together so that we can make the decisions together. Then the third question was, what do you need to do to continue to strengthen us? We wrote down that we need a better understanding of the processes of things. We have so many new people. They need to know how things work. What time of the year we do things, how the processes of getting your voices heard, what's the process for renewing contracts or whatever. They need to understand the process. Then we could rebuild trust from some of the things that we're talking about today, and then strengthen our interpersonal relationships. One thing I shared here was that being on the board for so long, I had a lot of people that were on the board for 10 or 12 years, and I was used to, after the meeting, being able to talk to people and stand around in the hallway and have some conversation about how are your kids doing, or how's work doing, or the interpersonal things about getting to know each other. And now that we've had so much turnover, I don't know any of these people. And when we get done with the meeting, poof, everybody's gone. And so I would like, one of the things I brought to this was I would love to strengthen the interpersonal relationships on our board.
Thank you so much. It's an opportunity to make new friends and build new relationships. Any clarifying questions? And I just move this out of the way here. Any clarifying questions? Hearing none. Next group. Sammy?
So our table, I think the Zoom meeting was hovering over us because word by word, it was really, truly the word by word. And I'll add to it really the diversity of expertise and experiences and backgrounds that has been mentioned multiple times. I would like to add to it from our table is that sometimes leads to disagreements, but that disagreement is an asset. So we can have stronger, more resilient, more applicable solutions for our institution and for the membership we serve across the state. So that's one of the strengths and assets of the board. The other one that has been mentioned, staff. We got the best of staff that's help boards across Oregon. So if we leverage that strength and lean on it, whenever is appropriate. That's going to be really a strength for our board. But definitely access to the local level and regional representation where other strengths that we have listed. Anything else you think we missed? I think that's all.
All right, thank you. Any clarifying questions? Okay, our final group.
Top strengths. And assets. Basically, it's the strength of our group. We're diversified, we're around the state, we represent different sizes, we represent different areas. We're respected as OSBA is respected. It has a reputation. If a district has a problem, who do you call? Ghostbusters. But it continues, our reputation continues. And we're really a catalyst throughout the state. We're OSBA, COSA, OSEA, and we're the leader in that. What's working well? Diversity and opinions. We're willing to share. We're terribly honest. I believe we have a sense of humor. We appreciate each other. We're willing to step up. And we're willing to continue to learn. Some things that need to be fixed. We need to go back to face. I've been nagging Chris all weekend that when I was on the board previously, when Betsy was in charge, we were friends. We knew our families, we knew our spouses. We'd always go out and have a drink afterwards. But face-to-face builds relationships. We need to continue building upon our policies. The board does. We need better communication between board members. And I mentioned that we used to have a synopsis of every board meeting that we had that was sent from OSBA. And I'm not saying we need to go back to that, but it was sent to the board. We could type on it, change it, make it our own, and then send it out to our region. And that helped with better communication.
Thank you very much. Any clarifying questions? Okay, I'm going to move us on to the next section, which is our weaknesses. So as you consider this from an internal and external perspective, you talked about reputation, for example, right? Do others seem to perceive weaknesses that you don't see? Answer the following questions. What are the 3 top challenges currently facing the OSBA board? So there's a direct relationship or sometimes an inverse relationship between strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. So you may feel like you're answering the same question, but you're looking at it through a different lens. And your strengths could also be your weaknesses. And your weaknesses may actually be a strength. I mean, somebody say, well, you got 23 people on this board that come from every corner of the state. How could they actually agree on anything? That's a weakness. But no, that's a strength, because that is representative of our democracy, frankly, first and foremost, and representative of the collective will of 197 boards in the state of Oregon expressed through you. So I just wanted to say that because it may appear redundant, but that's purposeful because we need you to look at both sides of the coin. All right. So what are the 3 challenges currently facing your board? What may be contributing to these challenges? And you may have touched on them already. And what are specific areas where the board may be vulnerable and needs to improve or change, and why? Okay, 10 minutes. So I've got 10 after, 20 after, right? We have a comment? Okay. Okay. Yes, please. And I'd like to see the comment, if that's okay.
We have quite a bit. We have four newborns.
Right. Would you message her, please? Yeah, when she gets back, and ask her if she would like to say that. She would, or if she wants me to. Yeah, or if she wants, and tell her that I'm willing to convey that, essentially.
Guys, is there a survey that staff take as far as feedback to the staff give?
Right.
So that was one of the things I think, because it might be like, people are asking to checking in with the staff, but my guess, and I'm assuming staff might appreciate that, but probably what they really want is just a function first. It's like, show us in actions how you care. Like, it's great that you can check in and see how we're doing. But as a staff member, I'm like, I don't really, that's nice, but I'd rather have you do the work and be functioning and happy, because that's gonna make me happy as a staff. I'm wondering if the staff. Board can say, what do they need? What do they like? And that's really. Gather where they are and what they need and make sure. That was so perfect. Right there.
Thank you for that. Applause and I appreciate that.
But how do you guys know if you have, I mean, how do you know the help of staff?
I can't help but to say your name. You said it.
Yeah. Specific. To take a survey of the staff.
And a lot of meetings left unfinished. Unfinished, November 19th, unfinished, and I'm gonna sit there and say, cut people off, take these breaks, cut people off, take these breaks, come back and do enough breaks. Well, I will say, it's the first time I've been out from the office of call to be on this. That's hurtful. We're not here to talk about the thing that's from the last person from the conference. Yeah, that's a time to say that, but I don't think they would expect us.
Well, I think it would be evaluating their own self, like feedback for the board about how they feel about their job. Do they feel fulfilled in your job? Do you guys do something like that where the staff can say on a 1 to 10, how they're saying in this position for our organization? And if they're overall at a 7, and then what would you suggest that OSBA could do to help provide a?
For various reasons, you could pay like a retention bonus or a signing bonus, because right now all those are gone.
The previous person that was on the board from my region was on that last.
We've run it a couple times.
So it might be something to ask. the
Public have to do
executive
more
director
work on this,
How do they check
private
that?
aren't gonna get anywhere.
But the retention.
Retreat.
I need to refresh myself on exactly what they're,
Yeah, I just don't know.
districts are already doing this.
Put it on the agenda. So that might be.
As long as.
So there was a way to measure.
So I just didn't know what exemption stands.
Okay.
So that's my big frustration. It's like, what is the?
This language is actually.
All of it, other than. And the board members, the supervisor. Yeah, not always.
There's a list of eight.
Well, yeah.
Those are some challenges to build that trust. Trust is something.
Yeah.
Bus drivers, classified Franks, you know.
But they're not doing work.
You're right, it's different.
So maybe.
I don't want us to get caught like any,
Yeah.
I just want it to, yeah.
I think the reality is that the trust players is the work that they're supposed to be doing. It's like, we can just consider.
Less than the board development specialist.
I mean,
Yes.
there can be, there's no. There's now, we can adopt this.
Because the work is.
And say, they're.
Okay. You guys do whatever works.
It was scatter shot support to specialists, managers.
Good,
To
that's the
manage.
idea. You know, this should be fun and enjoyable, and laughter is key. I don't think you guys have laughed at meetings for a long time. Or a few months, yeah, yeah.
You get a union to bite on that.
Yeah, so.
Unless it's $30 an hour.
I always characterize it, it gives them more flexibility. What I'm thinking of did our, and it's, we're the only education that goes on.
He is.
Really?
So like the DNA for 34 and me would be holy. I feel like I should do an autograph
Yeah.
right now. Oh, I know who he is. I'm well aware of Thomas Becker.
Oh,
I mean,
really?
Teachers.
Words matter.
No, that's for middle school teachers. know
That is really cool. I'm gonna have to look into that.
The Oregon Wise Campus interpretation.
Yeah.
They're using the public.
I know John Beckover. Yes, because he subbed at our middle school and we were like, man, you're brave to be at 7th, 8th grade with a Beckover. They called it Mississippi. No, that's crazy. It's a small world. Yeah, it's that's.
Takes a lot of courage as is to be a middle school teacher. Yes.
Like,
Mhm.
just keep working at it and working at it.
Yeah.
So that's what-
Yeah,
right?
the
And
the
moving
most important step
stuff.
is for you to take, for
Right.
me to take. So the most important step is for me to turn my chair.
Yeah.
And yeah, somebody has to take that. And it does take a lot of humility, a lot of courage. And in my view, it's putting others before you.
Sure.
And the other person may not turn their chair ever. And I've seen that happen where people just leave. They just feel so injured that they just leave.
Stays.
Or they stay and they create more damage, but then you have to manage it as an organization. You have to manage it as a team. But you will find that 9 out of 10 times they'll turn their chair because you're just,
The beach may not be as nice.
You let
it's,
the ego go
you,
first.
yeah, you're expressing so much humility.
Right.
So,
They think they need leverage in order to get into
I think they are now.
Collaborate. Okay, I'm going to this
Yeah, I
one.
mean, bless Linda for coming up there and that made a big difference. I think that was huge.
Yeah. If I can go to church,
Yeah.
we're supposed to be invited to all these meetings.
And we was at the same.
Okay.
That's fine.
Let's give him,
Go here.
give him 2 more minutes. please. Okay, our Zoom folks want 2 more minutes. We're gonna give them 2 more minutes. Are you guys done? How much? Okay, give them 4, please. 4 minutes.
Can we go back into our room then? And we didn't get to quite finish.
Job security.
So you'll just bring us together at 25 after, right?
So I.
Associate.
25. Thank you.
They feel
We have 2
sad.
more to go through.
Professional development. Because most of them are.
Sorry, Spencer.
A lot of people. Yes. Some of these people have been on this board for a while. So it's best to, we all know at some point sometimes.
School choice with your name tag on.
Conversation, you have to come to common ground.
You sign the petition out front.
So Henry, are you with OSBA? Okay, all right. That's great. It's wonderful to have this expertise in-house. Really? Yeah, I think it's awesome. I think it's a really worthwhile investment in my opinion, especially when you do a lot of events and you have to purchase the service.
Like it was.
So how long have you been with OSBA?
No.
Okay, and did you do this work elsewhere before?
Was that any of your business?
Oh, really? Okay.
Moderate, it's the issue. As
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, yeah.
Both ways, yeah.
Where?
Right.
Mm, yeah. Yeah. Very cool. Are you from the East Coast originally or are you from here?
That's what I said.
Oh, really? Oh, my gosh.
You don't want it.
Okay, okay. Awesome, awesome. And what brought you to Oregon?
Well, maybe identifying, I think you maybe mentioned yesterday, the gray areas. Like
He's from Oregon?
that people were,
Okay.
everybody was nodding, well then, and I don't know.
Chloe and
what-
David made that.
What's happening.
She was so excited to see the bird.
It is.
Before we know that,
Yeah.
Mhm.
because this is.
It's a great city. I love it. I don't know that I want to live there. I've been there a couple of times and I enjoy it every time, but it's pretty intense.
You
Really
showed me
intense.
that before, that you were gonna do
Well, that's
something.
awesome. Do you live in Salem?
That's the cheap.
Can be, very cool. Yeah,
So that's the 10 by 10.
yeah,
16 by 16.
yeah. Or. Yeah,
Okay,
just
take
a
me
couple
out.
more minutes. I think.
Any picture that you want,
Yeah.
turn it into a Lego and send it.
Okay.
When will be the next?
Yeah,
meeting?
and then let's start with Katrina's comments. If that's okay.
I love it. Nobody can pick me out.
Oh, did you ask her if she? Okay.
Did.
Yeah, yes, I will do that.
It was
Great,
a
thank
bouquet
you.
party for Rhonda. No, it's a sheep. We're out at her farm. And this is now my sister-in-law. My brother used to date her and and then these are just teammates. She.
Well, that for me is like that's especially after because it
Okay,
feels
thank
like
you.
there needs to be another meeting where we can.
Okay, if you guys could wrap up your conversation, if you wouldn't mind, we're bringing our Zoom colleagues back. Okay. Before we get into our share out, one of our colleagues, Katrina, would like to share a thought with the board. Katrina, are you ready to do that? Oh, you have help, I see.
I do have help, so I apologize for sound effects you might get. Just because I think that one of the things we're really doing here is working to provide like clarity and really dig down into like what some of the root struggles might be. A flag that I wanted to raise when I was hearing strengths and perceived weaknesses was that I have a big concern with the often generational targeting of platforms like Zoom as a reason for breakdowns in relationships. It's often that that's not the actual problem. Many teams, and in fact, teams that I work on, have amazing collaboration all over nations and states and counties and countries, and work really intentionally to build strong relationships with each other. I just don't think we as OSBA have yet to utilize these tools to their full capacity to really be intentional with building those relationships. And one of the reasons that I flag this is because the virtual resources like Zoom are essential for accessibility. And at this moment, this organization has a pretty significant barrier to accessibility, like with transcripts and all different things that are accessible to the public. And so I just want to highlight that for folks that although we haven't built relationships maybe to their fullest capacity, we've also been the most accessible to the public we have ever been by being on Zoom. And I think that that's really important for allies and advocates.
Thank you, Katrina. I really appreciate what you shared. I think communication is a cultural thing. And I think collaboration is a cultural thing and a value. And if you as a board, and from what I hear, actually, you as a board value communication, value collaboration, value relationships, value the time that you spend together. So the question that I would pose to you, not for us to answer today, and building on Katrina's sentiment, is that how can we maximize every medium to provide access, to enhance access, and to create it as a space where we accomplish those things? Because you can do a lot of collaboration on Zoom. You can do a lot of relationship building on Zoom, because we did that for 2 years, actually, during the pandemic. So I appreciate you sharing that. And I think the intention is not have that be an impediment to collaboration and communication, but how do we intentionally use it? And how do we have a blend? Because we also have to accommodate our personal sort of interests, preferences, what works for us, what doesn't work for us. Some people really struggle paying attention and just keeping track of things on Zoom, and they need to be in person. Some people actually don't want to be in person. They only want to do it on Zoom. But you're a community. You're creating that sense of community. So how can we use all of these mediums to accommodate that and facilitate that espoused culture and values that you want to have as a board? So thank you so much for sharing that. Who has, Chrissy?
Yeah, on that same vein though, I want us also to be
you know, understanding of those that the advent of a platform like Zoom is a totally new thing. There are many of us who grew up without having accessibility to computers, all of this stuff. So I think Zoom is a really important tool, especially for people in rural areas, because sometimes it is the only way that they can participate. But also we have to acknowledge that Zoom is difficult for people, and especially people that don't have the background or didn't grow up with access to this kind of forum. So we need to give people grace in their feelings that Zoom is difficult. It's a great tool, but it's also a hard tool to learn and can be very it's intimidating for some people. So grace across being able to have feelings about, you know, trying to learn a new technology.
Thank you so much, Chrissy. And I think, I mean, I appreciate both your comment and Katrina's comment. And I think this notion of grace is really, really important. And I have known this board and this organization for a long time. I don't know many of you, but you are truly the embodiment of grace. And I think that's true to everything that was shared, everything to your relationships, and how you facilitate and navigate individual needs, collective needs, and most importantly, you're trying to address statewide needs, which is even more challenging. So Jeff, and then I want to move us on, please.
Is tough with Zoom is the skill set for conflict resolution in person is a completely different thing than Zoom. And I have screwed that one up in my consulting business a couple of times. And so I think that's also where we have to give people grace, because in that platform, right, you can't see body language or tone as well. And you almost feel like you can sometimes be more emboldened to say things you really don't mean because there's that barrier. You don't look that person in the eye directly. So I think that's another thing that's, as we're growing as an organization, how we deal with conflict in person is going to be vastly different than how we do conflict over a Zoom session.
Yep. Well said. I think it's just being mindful of all of those things as we move forward. So with your permission, Linda, I see it. Are you?
I zoom into what you said prior about a lot has gone on. We haven't been meeting. I had a 22-year plus board member ask me, why haven't y'all been meeting in person? You're supposed to meet in person. And that's Zoom is what fits. You know, I meet everybody where they're at, but I don't agree with using Zoom to not address issues or not move forward with issues and not getting the stuff on the agenda and not completing the agenda. It's a benefit, but it's not a tool that we should damage the board by not moving forward and having an agenda, because it does impact by us not meeting.
I will say this, and I want to move us on. I will say this. If your relationship is strong, if your trust is unbreakable, if your belief and respect and regard for each other is high, and you operate as a community, you'll be able to work through whatever you need to work through any medium. So I would suggest invest in that. And then the mediums and means of communication and collaboration will fall into place. The key is you as a board. And I believe you have an opportunity. If I can move us to the next slide, please, Henry. So in my view, you have an opportunity in this moment. And I want to take you back to the events of the last 2 months. You have an opportunity to really focus almost exclusively on the board. And let's talk about where you can strengthen your unity and your collective voice. Not to diminish your individual voice, but boards have this duty of care, and they speak with one voice. When you are advocating in the legislature for funding, you're advocating for 197 school districts in the state of Oregon. You're not advocating for some and not others. So it's important to speak with one voice. So how do you strengthen your unity and collective voice? How does the board engage around its policies and practices? This is something I heard a lot from board members. You know, we're not following our policies. our policies are not clear, our policies are in conflict with what happened. And that's how we got into conflict, frankly. Third, what can we learn from this experience and ensure that we are still viewed as a statewide board and a statewide organization that represents the entire state of Oregon? I think that is an inherent challenge in who you are. People want to make sure that all the voices are equal and that everybody is represented. But now it's even more challenging, in my opinion, because of the conflict that you've been in. So how do we go back to that? And finally, how can the board lead effectively moving forward? What must you do to lead effectively moving forward? And I'm going to give you 15 minutes for this one because we have 4 questions. So I'll give you 15 minutes. If you're done sooner, please let me know. But I'm going to give you 15 minutes to answer those 4 questions, and then we'll share out with the group. We'll just leave them up here. You have a handout on your table that has the questions too. Yeah, please send them to break. So it's 35 after. We'll bring you back at 11:50, right? Thank you.
Yeah, I don't think it's, yeah, that was something I told him and we can't just, it don't just stop here today. We gotta use the. Was that what ongoing dialogue around?
Maybe a part 2. Advocacy. I know we're having,
Yes.
The state legislature asked, when do all the other counties?
Yeah,
go?
and because that's what reminds people, that we have to, because if we don't do that and all come to common ground understanding, I mean, I learned any policy can be manipulated. That's how we have an ex officio president. It has never been past practice. So, because it wasn't clear in this, although it was clear in past practice, what caused it? Yeah.
I remember we had to do that basketball when I was so far ahead. So it's happened 10 times a pass before you can shoot.
What's moving ideas? And it's like, we're at time. So we're doing a dinner, but
You're done.
Yeah, so that way you
Yeah.
can stack a team. Have one superstar guy that can score
Right.
like all the goals.
Policy drive, because everything basically, yeah, operations, yeah.
Yeah, so in that case, if you score 2 goals, well, guess what? You're goalie.
Yeah.
Stopping that.
Not quite as much. It'll be funny, like, they'll make like a mean pass to
I know. I asked Emily about that yesterday. I said the board, I just told the board, no, you should have orientation before. Because all the board members usually have their orientation before the first January meeting. But we've had, I don't think Jeff has gone to it. I don't know if you went to, yeah, and you guys came on. Yeah. Really? Yeah, so a lot of people haven't had it. So, yeah, Scott was, I mean, when I first came on in 2019, Scott and Kevin and Cassidy met, I call him on the weekend. So Scott was, you know, he's been on the board for a long time. Kevin Cassidy asked, he knew a lot about finance. And I'd be asking questions. I like that idea, like, you know, maybe at one of the meetings or something, reviewing those policies and bylaws.
Not a moment sooner. I make you look more pretzels. Chocolate pretzels. I'm sweet and I'm salty.
Yeah. I know.
Took a long time to find.
Right, it's like, but there is a minimum where everything is so missing. Here's what it's like.
This is like you as a relative from that. It's not figured out. It's, you know, that have already been working on this.
Semi insane.
That's what I tried to. See, that's the key, that's ownership to take it, and that's my whole thing I told them, you know, I did 35 years of accountability. I still got to stay attention.
Yeah.
I have to use felons for an example. But when they committed their crime and they go to treatment, and the first thing they say, well, they committed a sex crime, is taking ownership. That's how we can move forward. Taking ownership and move forward. I'm sorry. And move forward. And we're not doing it. Instead, you just bring us all in here and I feel like we can communicate, we can address. Some of us know what it's like, but the wound is there. And until they forgive and apologize to the board for what happened that day and how it all transpired, it's gonna be hard. It'd be hard. I mean, I would apologize because folks don't understand why I went through like that. Folks don't understand what people's gone through. And I would apologize for maybe you not understanding that I sympathize with someone that was emotional, but he's being accused of something he's not. And poor Scott just did emotion, and I'm offended for you.
Can I get you anything to drink, or you good?
How can you love somebody who used to be my brother, but used to be my brother, but not anymore? I hate to get anything.
Yeah.
He's had struggles.
Yes, today, 3-2.
Yep. Yeah, exactly.
Like, is it hard work?
Exactly.
But like, I wanna know, like, how did Zach Steffen fall from this? Like, he went to Manchester City.
And I feel like everybody, and then I really feel like the whole board,
They had learned that again. Now
keeping
he
that
came back and was playing
stuff
for
from the
college.
board and the executive committee, you owe us a
So it's
apology.
like,
Why are we
he's
here?
not
We
even,
volunteering
like, in
our
the
time.
conversation.
We're
I just
showing
asked
up
that
with
many
people.
questions, like, so
Why are we not?
Seemed to be like up and coming.
I mean, that's like a waste of our
He
time.
kept
That's like
getting teams
denial of, the,
promoted.
you know,
So he was
neglect of the purpose of
good
the
ratings and stuff, and he's kind of been shelled too, so it's like, I think part of it is just like, we don't have somebody at a great team. Like Nottingham Forest is bottom barrel near that stuff. We don't have anybody at the top. Over in Germany somewhere or something they've done before. Even, what's his face? Duzan, when he played for Villa. Still a big team. At the top of the I just thought it was. I mean, I think yeah, I mean, the positions game.
What Pam doing today?
Brad's playing right now.
Everybody's at the game probably.
What you should play is time. Gonna have mom cam going, which is like just streaming it for you.
Outdoors, or,
No.
oh, basketball. For some reason I was thinking soccer, but that's the wrong time of year.
It's indoor soccer. Will's an indoor. They're in between indoor.
There are only two people on the executive committee ran the poll, got us here.
With messy tickets in April, so.
Or hasn't.
Against Nashville.
In Nashville?
No, it's in.
Mm-hmm.
See, we're going late. 2 weeks. Soon as we get something out.
My grandson doesn't know. He's a big Nessie fan. We haven't told him that we're going to the game. So.
And they're actually
Simple.
but then following they there'd be the executive team together. Sunshine.
Oh, good. Good for you.
Notice that every year, like the past 4 years. Instead of like.
I'll be able to do that when I'm retired.
If we don't.
Yeah.
So it's certainly, Sarah gets a trip for Christmas.
Otherwise, that could be a challenge. Take it to everybody.
Yeah. That's the kind of. I mean. Travel.
Yeah.
Like last year, she went to Mexico. You know,
Then you didn't get any fun.
we went to Disney.
Okay.
We're not. Yeah. One, you don't just. Two. Yeah,
Right.
Asia. But yeah, next Saturday. We won't be there. So.
I know, it makes a huge difference to get some sun in February.
Did I skip them on the weaknesses? We did both? Zoom? Okay, all right. Did you turn me on or I need to turn me on? Which is what we. Thank you. Okay. All right. We're going to come back together here in just about a minute or so when we bring on our Zoom friends. Video back. All right, so we're going to start again with our share out, and I would like our Zoom colleagues to go first. Neelam, are you still the spokesperson, or somebody else is going?
I think I was the one taking the notes. You know, I just want to say we didn't get through all 4 of the conversation or questions. And Chrissy, I don't know if you wanted to start off or say anything.
Sure.
Yeah.
So we had a fantastic discussion and we didn't get to any of the 4 points. You know, we had a very open discussion about really whether this is the right time to be going through this exercise for us. In our breakout room, you know, I think, and please, anybody in the breakout room, you know, chime in or tell me if I'm off track, but you know, I think all of us can go through and answer these questions, but really we all feel like before we can really start to move forward and before we can really start to engage again as a board, we need to work through what happened. There are new members in our group. There are members who have, you know, been at the top of leadership. We have members that are incredibly involved. And on both ends of that spectrum and all the way in between, we have people still feeling like they don't understand what happened. Those feelings have not necessarily been acknowledged. Those feelings have not been, we haven't had the opportunity to really share how that conflict affected all of us. And really it's incredibly difficult, even though Salam, the tools that you are giving us are really important. I think it's really difficult for many of us to be able to see ourselves using those tools when we're still mired in the emotion and the pain and of what happened during the last meeting and then some of the events that have happened since. So that's sort of what we talked about in our meeting, is like, we need to talk about how this is still affecting all of us before we can truly sit here and answer these questions with a real chance of moving forward. And again, anybody in my breakout room, clarify or add to.
You know, I think Chrissy, you summarized it really, really well. The one thing I want to say in addition is that, you know, the board members who were on previously and who experienced this, you know, are dealing with trauma. And then the new board members are, you know, just coming into this and feeling uncomfortable, as well as realize, you know, getting a sense of what happened too. And it's just an awkward kind of situation we're in.
So thank you so much for sharing that. And I think what you touched on is really important. I am not on the board. I'm not on the executive committee, so I can't really speak for the board. What I would suggest, at least for my approach, the purpose today was really to get you to be in that place to have this conversation. Because there's been a lot of trauma. And I acknowledge perhaps the new members got traumatized today because they didn't know they're walking into this. But I've had conversation with some individuals recently to suggest that the board needs to have a conversation about what happened. And just putting my neutral hat on, I would encourage you to have it as a neutral, constructive, we learn from conversation, but everybody needs to have information and everybody needs to be on the same page. For me, you still have to work through these issues. And I'm going to go through our process because I think we have to honor our process and have every group share out what they came up with in response to those 4 questions. And if you had a similar conversation, that's okay. But I just want to acknowledge and just agree with you that you need to have a conversation, but how you have that conversation has to be really intentional and not just an open mic where essentially you find this yourself right where you were on November 12th. It has to be intentional. And I'm happy to help with that. But I think today is part of healing, is part of setting aside that, not dismissing it, not completely forgetting it, but just setting it aside to really appreciate the bigger purpose, the broader purpose of why you're here. And that's really the intent of those activities. So thank you both for sharing that. I really appreciate it. And I'm sure our colleagues in the room appreciate it. I want to go finish the activity if that's okay. So who wants to go next?
I'll go next.
Okay, please.
Are we on? I want to make sure that the staff hear how much we appreciate you. That was one of our weaknesses, and we want to make sure that you're not on an island by yourself, but we're in the canoe together and we're paddling it together. So understand that we really appreciate you. Collective voice. Throughout the state, whether you live in Klamath Falls, you live in Portland, you live in Pendleton, we have common needs for kids. And we have that as a unity event. We know what we need to share strategies. We need to share successes. But we need to make sure that everybody's heard. How we engage around policies and practices. We really believe that we need to have question and answer events because we have a lot of questions. And part of our thought was around the executive session, maybe have send in your questions. We need policies with the policy department. We just need to, have we looked at our own policies? And we need to review our own policies. We need to make sure that they're easy to understand and they are specific. We need specifics on operating agreements. We need to use our own services to improve the board. And the executive committee, how it works in training. That's better. That's okay. So how are we going to lead more effectively? Chris wrote this down: by modeling how to refocus and make an excellent board meeting. We should be the gold standard in our state on addressing issues and moving forward. I have it too. We need to model appropriate meetings. We need closure. We need to lead. We need to rebuild our trust. I think that catches it all.
Thank you very much. Any clarifying questions? Okay, seeing there are none on Zoom, right, Henry? Okay. Okay, let's move on to the next group. Who wants to go next? Please, thank you.
We can go next. This is kind of a combination or summary of the previous portion, because we didn't get to debrief that, the weaknesses. So the answer to the first question, where can OSBA board strengths the board strengthen its unity and collective voice. We think that the communication process is a place where we can strengthen that. And very specifically, it's not just about a global process, it's about a personal communication process as well. How do we strengthening that? And Tristan offered a process that is used both locally and personally. The first thought, second thought protocol, where you come together as a group to discuss an issue, then have a process of rediscussion and revisiting to make sure that things were understood correctly, and then yet a second revisiting of those issues to make sure that it's understood accurately. So that communication process is, I think, elementary or essential to this. It's not about the platform that we're using. That is very true that it can be a hindrance to some people. It's a reality as well. But the communication process is what can help in this. For number 2, how does the OSBA board engage around its policies and procedures? Well, we haven't in a while, at least not since I've been a witness. And I think that one of the things that we had in discussion as well is that we don't always practice what we preach. We suggest to local boards that there needs to be a revision of their policies and operating procedures regularly, and it has not happened here. And so that's one of the things that I think is missing, or that we think is missing, to have on a regular or ongoing basis, is review of policies and operating procedures, and have board agreement on those policies and operational procedures. Number 3, what can we learn from this experience and ensure that we are still viewed as an organization that represents the entire state? Live our collective values. I think that's really essential. If we continue to allow our personal values to trump the collective values of the organization, of the board, we're going to continue to have impasses. So that's a big one. Transparency is another huge one there. It's ludicrous to think that any organization of any type or sort, as perfect as we might think we are, would exist without conflict. And we also need to be transparent about that conflict with the local organizations and boards, and share how we resolve the conflict. Then last, how can the OSBA board lead effectively moving forward? We're ambassadors, and therefore we need to be involved in our local regions, and walking our talk, going back to the central or shared values of the board.
Thank you so much. Well said. And I apologize, I skipped over the weaknesses, didn't I? Okay, so feel free to share those out anytime during this process. When we get into threats, you can also look at weaknesses. I'm just trying to kind of rush through this a little bit to get you here at a decent hour. So, see, I love that, because even when you clear the air and go back and talk about all of those things, I think what you described is what's going to keep you whole, in my opinion, and what's going to keep you a cohesive board with coherent goals and objectives. All right, clarifying questions? Let's just keep moving around, around the room. Who wants to go? Okay, please go ahead.
So where can the OSBA board strengthen its unity and collective voice? Focus on building bridges. Interpersonally, between factions within this board, your head is in the sand if you don't think there are factions within this board. And so we need to reach across those lines and try and understand what other folks are thinking. And then with our external partners as well. Secondly, continue to use facilitators for ongoing dialogue. It wouldn't hurt if every board meeting, maybe we had some time to talk about our pain points. And sorry, team, I threw this in, but a little bit of introspective with everyone here, thinking about what could I have done in November to maybe make things go the way or a different direction than they did. So as far as policies and practices, read and review them. You know, I self-admittedly, I have not read every policy that the OSBA has, and that's something that we all need to take ownership and do. And along with that is onboarding. We recently have not done a good job of onboarding members. We have multiple people around this room that have yet to be onboarded. And that's a big problem. We're asking folks that have not had any training with how OSBA does things to make decisions. And that's indicative of, that's a pretty big problem. What can we learn? We need to maintain an outward focus. Keep our personal agendas out of it, and really look at the greater good. Transparency. We need to own the missteps that we've had. We need to be accountable for them, and we need to apologize for any damage that we may have caused. And then just really keeping our community, keep communicating through all of this, that there will be more differences, there will be more conflict. Conflict is not bad if you handle it properly. Then finally, how can the OSBA board lead effectively? Once again, be accountable for the past mistakes. Continue to work on collaborative solutions and being transparent.
Thank you very much. Well put. Last group, and I'm going to move us. Any clarifying questions? Okay, going to move us along. Sammy?
I think being the last group puts us in a pickle because ditto to everything has been said. I think probably everybody covered something that we thought of. So I want to acknowledge all of that. And Craig, thank you. I think I want to acknowledge many points that you mentioned, and you're giving me pause there, thinking about them. Policies, I think there's a theme about the need for structure for policy. I was the chair of the policy committee, and I don't think we met at all last year. So I want to acknowledge that as structure, and our table talks about structure for us to engage governance and policy committee and identify those needs, lean on our staff to have the resources. And we talked about an opportunity for us to have staff involved in informing and supporting the board through multiple means or structures, rather than have a single point of contact, might be very useful opportunity for us to grow and be even stronger than ever as a board. And one last thing I want to mention that was mentioned in our table, and I want to say it's acknowledging we are having this conversation, and also we're getting ready to have even tougher conversation, as Salam, you mentioned, and recentering the strategic planning process, what we heard from the Karaja group, and making sure the outward focus for the board is on the common needs for our organization, and how can we really learn from what the strategic planning process is doing, and how can we contribute to move forward with that is going to be important for us to increase and strengthen our collective voice.
Wonderful. All right, I'm going to move us on to the last part of the activity, which is the threats. And I know we have some people that have to leave, so I'm going to give you 10 minutes to do this. And 2 questions. You can reflect on the weaknesses questions as well if you want. But what are the threats or vulnerabilities that you're most concerned about, and why? What could the board do to address the weaknesses and threats to better serve your board, organization, and customers? You've touched on that already. It's just an opportunity to refine it. So I'm just going to give you 10 minutes to do that, and we'll come back and wrap things up here pretty quickly. Thank you. So people leaving, do you still want to do the stickers? The other option is maybe, well, yeah, is this being recorded? So we can, you know, basically glean from what everybody shared out the top things. Okay. That's definitely an option where we could just synthesize what everybody reported, because there's some common themes here. And maybe just send it out as a survey and have people vote on it that way. What do you think? Or is it better to just see what you get today?
The first thing speaking of what you just said, the first day after our meeting.
Yeah, so do go through the process. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm rushing. I didn't know, I know some people are leaving at 12, but we'll be done soon. So we'll just go ahead and go through the voting process, and then, and then, like you said, just send it out to those that left or not here and get them to vote too.
Well, the first thing I thought was, oh my God,
All right.
This is what they watch. And what's her name? Emily McIntyre came out and she outlined the bylaws and everything out of the governance committee, and she's a school board member. Of course, I didn't know at the time. But I mean, when I looked up her name.
All right, if I forget, please.
When I looked up her
Thank
name,
you.
I was like, this is a state representative. And then I was like,
Yeah, downtown Miami and taking bridges across like to get to South Beach. It's on one of the-
I'll mention it right as we come back, but just in case.
I to see it. It is a threat to the zoos. Oh, it's a challenge
Okay.
to get.
I go there every time.
It's a threat.
Yeah. I mean, they know to
Yeah.
grab them. People that are leaving, are they grabbing them? Are you guys telling them? Great.
South Beach
And
is
then I
great.
heard that some people.
Cool.
were
Thank you.
Some of them are bars though, so it's like a
Like, I don't know if it's to get
South
engaged
American
with something or to get.
mambo kind of music
support, but-
place
but
that's like
yet he
super
can't
fun.
get
It's
work
like-
for his right now.
They go like,
I don't know.
they do like 4 or 5 different music styles and stuff, but I think it's a bar thing.
Henry, are you keeping time? I forgot when we broke into
Our Airbnb is actually in the building where the birdcage was.
in one,
Right, so that's.
21.
So that was pretty fun.
You know the word is out there. I forgot when they're coming up on a short session.
Some people.
And I couldn't remember Jim, somebody was gonna go ask for some more
Understandable.
funding, I thought.
We're going to be down by the.
Tomorrow. Oh, yeah. That's the
Down
biggest
south.
threat.
of Miami. Remember, you know. Let's see.
Mhm. Yeah.
I mean. Barnes and Noble, very-
Yeah.
What a coincidence. They're up there talking about food shorts and we're out here trying to fix things.
No, it's not from us.
Oh, my God. Are you familiar with food choice? Because in Eugene, they have food choice. They make it look- You know, usually you have to be live over here, live over here, live over here. for this food. And I was seeing folks over
We
there
don't get to that.
in high school
I just should have, I don't know, because we're supposed to end 12.
and your area and where you live.
If people. It doesn't mean you still won't have this kind of the way they're handled. Feels different.
Like regular snorkel mask doesn't look so.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering if that's something what just happened in Florence, that was a private school started. And at first it got denied because it had mixed state, was talking about state and church. And then it got approved, and now they're getting some funding.
I think
And it was
that's
all in the
exactly
news, the superintendent of schools.
Organizations don't go, like they work on, how do we have a public,
The
not
new
looking at
private
what
school.
the quality of
And
the
some schools
relationship
have
and what
scratched
needs
off
to
the
develop.
public
But
schools,
now you have
public
two problems,
charter
because you
schools,
have
but this was
to
the first time where
you
this
have to
school was
fix a relationship
wanting
that wasn't there yet,
funding,
and then you have to
wanting
start
like public
rebuilding that.
state.
Something wasn't in place.
And something got
Some of it's
approved where it
turnover,
just got
too, like
passed.
the
They got
system
approved to
itself,
have this
turnover.
school, but they're not. Well, that's new to me too, because, you know, taxpayers, every district get money through the number of students they have. So if they start pulling money from those districts for the students, yeah, that's gonna be a funding issue. It's already,
They went on a tour, like just went one to the other. Will wants to see messy murals. So there's a couple there. I think that's the-
yeah,
and one of
they
them
changed everything.
Argentinian restaurant. And it's been there for years.
Well, it's like, yeah, what's in your system to prevent
Oh,
that?
yeah,
building
because, you know,
up?
funding, you know, they give funding to a number of students, and I know at Fort J in Eugene, 1,000 students didn't come back after COVID. So, and some students do very well online
Spending.
versus
We're there for.
in classroom.
Pensions, the work, that's great.
Yeah, yeah, very small. Some did, and some didn't even, some never even got online for classes. So it was also lost learning.
See where we want.
These
to
are-
go. That, and I think the kids will use more. Like that. How's the weather cooperating?
You know, I have to give it to students who had to navigate that. Oh my God. Oh, boy, well, I foresee the biggest threat being
We're just gonna hit grocery store buy some fruit.
this organization's been around how long? So many years. Oh my gosh. Mm.
If we
It's
used to
a
hurry.
huge loss.
Which stands in the middle?
And he killed a lot. And I was talking to him yesterday. I give her a bad break. I know that's.
It's the same thing, except one
It's like,
is about price.
Jim did a lot, and Jim was an attorney. You know, like there goes, now you got Haley doing stuff that you're getting paid to do, because Jim did it, and Jim did it, but he probably caught his skills, he knew. So he did a lot of the legal stuff, and he navigated a lot, he did a lot of where she's passing a little bit of the responsibility to others, and I'm like, you know, please take this to offense, but you're getting paid $250. That's a lot of money. I felt like our hands were tied, we didn't have no choice, we had to do it, we gotta move on. We don't lost Jim, Jim was huge. Money much. No, we didn't have I felt like our hands were tied and we didn't have a choice and I was just basically saying, you know, hopefully, you know.
Am I on?
It's sad you
Yep,
can't even
thank
reach
you.
out and get some of his knowledge.
Okay.
Because, you know. he's our
Okay, we're
administrator.
bringing back our Zoom folks, so be ready to share out, please.
Weird thing, yeah. He probably wouldn't want to give it, you know, right now. I mean, that's a huge.
All right, so we're going to start with our Zoom colleagues. And I don't know who is going to speak on your behalf, but please turn on your mic and share with us your responses to these questions that are considered threats. And feel free to talk about the weaknesses since we skipped the report out on that section. So who is reporting out for you?
Chrissy, would you like me to go? Because I was taking notes.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Neelam.
Sure. No problem.
Share responsibility. Thank you.
Of course. So I'm going to start with the threats. You know, we had a really wonderful conversation about some of the threats. You know, white supremacy, you know, in kind of on all fronts is a major threat to us being able to achieve equitable education. And then, you know, we also spoke about alternative groups organizing that may not share our values, for example, around school choice, wanting public schools to go away, which will drain resources and have a negative impact. We also spoke about the rural-urban divide, the potential that exists for the conflict. And, you know, we're seeing it, I see it in my work every day. You know, it is huge, and you know, we need to focus on our commonalities. You know, what can we do as a board? You know, create a safe space for important conversation. And you know, we had a really very you know, honest conversation about you know, some of the newer board members are afraid to say things, given that, you know, the language of white supremacy isn't used in all places in the same ways. And so, you know, how do we, you know, kind of use language that's appropriate to our communities while still communicating our shared values? And then, you know, some experience with the Quality Education Commission and finding that, you know, funding is being allocated to other important priorities like early childhood education, but that's taking away funding from that same funding pot that's available for school children. And, you know, just an acknowledgement that everyone's comfort level is different right now. Yeah, just a really, really wonderful, rich conversation with people, you know, some people who I know have interacted with before and some people who are brand new. So just thank you so much. I just, you know, found being part of that group so valuable. And then I'll just highlight, I think this was it's the threats. Was that the one we missed? Or was it the weaknesses? Weaknesses. Okay. So, you know, we spoke about some of the challenges were rebuilding trust, not being a welcoming space for new people and perspectives, emotion and resentment around conflict. We also spoke about, you know, the importance of onboarding and having, you know, kind of a really structured orientation process. What may be contributing to this challenges, you know, there's a national conversation happening like this. We're living in very contentious times. Our current staff really needs board support in navigating a path forward. And there's a lot of value in focusing on governance. And, you know, we need to acknowledge the times we're in and not fall back on old ways of doing things.
Thank you very much. Are there any clarifying questions? Okay, let's move on to the next. How about if you guys go first this time? So you always went last and everybody had exhausted all the ideas.
All right.
So Sammy,
So
and feel free to speak to the threats and the weaknesses since I skipped the weaknesses. I apologize for that.
no problem. I think a mixture of them, but I'll talk about it in the vein of the threats. Our reputation is on the line here, and especially in light of like there's a nonprofit that attempts to discredit the credibility of OSBA, and that may lead to discrediting the credibility of the work that we do with our boards and the trusts of local board members and the work that we absolutely are threats, and our reputation as a board or organization may really be an important factor in being resilient, and that's what we need to do is really protect our reputation as a board that's observed governance, deal with conflict, and move forward. The other mention, again, same idea, the open enrollment and vouchers program. There's two ballot measures that will be on the ballot, and without going to the electioneering and what's our role in awareness about these two issues, but it is a threat for public education. It is a threat for the work we do and how we react to it within the legislative advocacy or even communication might be one of the most crucial things that will happen to public education in addition to the funding formula. And last, but definitely not least, and we talked about it as a weakness, as a threat, is our need to make sure that we can retain our staff. They are the best of the best, and we gotta be the best of the best so they stay. And one of the threats to that, specifically, our ability to retain our staff, is how we can talk about the conflicts and where and when and how is going to be so crucial for us to do it in a mindful manner that retains the trust of our staff. That's a place I want to work for. That's a place I think I will be happy and fulfilled to work for. And my real hope and belief that we are in this recentering conversation that will get us there, while we're mindful that we need to keep our staff having the confidence in us that we're going to do the business for them.
Yeah. Well said. Thank you. Any clarifying questions? Can we go to you guys next, please? So threats and weaknesses as well.
So we sort of touched on our weaknesses, so I'll just be brief in the time frames that we have here. So I think we mainly focused on the first part of the threats. And a lot of the things we talked about have been said. A couple of things just to touch on in terms of a threat, really having spaces where everyone can be heard and there is equal space and time at the table for those voices, even when there are differing or conflicting opinions, and being okay with things getting messy at times. But I think there is a sense that sometimes there are, certain voices that are heard the most or the loudest, and that leads to other voices feeling like they aren't as valued. And so another piece that I think the first group touched on was the rise of groups that are really politicizing school boards with really specific political agendas, and sort of how that relates to our work as a state board, and really supporting our school boards that are wanting to be student-focused, equity-focused, all of that. And then I think our weaknesses also have been covered just in terms of, I think, the relational piece, not knowing each other, and making sure that, I think one thing that Guadalupe mentioned was, really being careful about personal values sort of being over magnified and trumping sort of the board's values. And then the final thing, I think, in terms of vulnerabilities is both, and I think the Zoom group mentioned this previously, but really both saving the space and having the time to really talk about all of the things that happened, and also again, navigating that path forward so that we can continue to do the work that we committed to doing on this board, but not without recognizing the hurt, what the restitution is that has to happen. And those might have to happen concurrently, but recognizing they both need to happen so we don't stay stuck.
Thank you very much. Clarifying questions? All right, can we go here and then we'll finish up with you guys over there. So
Yeah.
Threats and weaknesses.
Okay, so we talked about a lot of the same things. We talked about reputational damage, which Sammy mentioned, but we looked at it from the lens of moving into the legislative session and how's that going to look, you know, if people have kind of a bad feeling about OSBA. And then we talked about districts leaving OSBA. So for many reasons, that would be bad, but it's a very real threat. And just leadership turnover. So not only staff turnover at OSBA, but leadership turnover. And some of it is just, you know, retirement, but in reality, we're losing a lot of people that have years of experience at OSBA. So how do we kind of navigate that?
Thank you. Very specific and to the point. Jeff, you're reporting for the last group.
Yeah, I guess it's very similar to what other people have said. You know, one of the things that's interesting is that I had to hire 3 superintendents in 4 years in Dayton. And so I texted the superintendent we just hired, and she has a quote that was pretty impactful and says, you know, as her goal this year is that she wanted to choose healthy conflict over unhealthy peace. When I look back in retrospective, kind of how this kind of boiled over, using the pasta analogy, is that we were about 99 degrees Celsius on November 12th, and it didn't take that long for that, you know, to boil over and create a mess. And so I think that's one of the things that we really need to focus on is, instead of being conflict avoidant, basically figure out how do we actually address issues instead of letting them fester. You know, as a health and fitness professional, you know, one of the things that's really cool about the muscles are the only way that you get stronger and your muscles get bigger is you repeatedly tear them apart. And I can tell you that isn't a fun experience. Well, actually, Lori now will tell you probably it's fun, but most people don't think that's a fun experience. And so I think that's one of the things that we have to embrace that. We have to embrace the soreness, right? The ugliness. I think one of my biggest fears for me personally, but as a common group too, is what happens when people don't turn chairs. And you know, I keep on hearing that this has been kind of fast and kind of part, and I totally get we're not going to, you know, any kind of book like Crucial Conversation says, don't expect closure, right? It's not going to be a quick process. But when, you know, when people say, I have no need or I'll never apologize, like, how do we get to that point where we can say, you know what, we can agree to disagree? And I think that goes on like a huge way for us. And then the last thing too is really looking at how do we develop our relationships? You know, it's really easy. One of the common things that happens to me is, you know, Jeff, once I get to know you, my perception really changes. I mean, Sammy said that to me a few times. Actually, Chris has said that to me a few times. It's a common theme for me. And I kind of like, oh, so what was your initial impression of me? My boss gave me a badge that I can't repeat out loud, but it's one of those things that I think that is really good. We can break down barriers. And I think that comes back to the thing that gives me hope about this organization is just as we don't know what's in each other's backpacks, we don't know what's in our kids' backpacks. And as someone who's in the trenches as a teacher, and I know, well, Tristan is a teacher, and then I know Christy is a teacher, and who else is a teacher? Let's back. Yes. Well, of course, why did I forget you? So sorry, 58 years of being a licensed teacher. I think that's one of the things that we need to remind ourselves is that our conflict that we had amongst ourselves, I can tell you as someone who's in schools every day, that they're carrying an incredible backpack right now. And this is why we need to focus on social emotional learning. This is why we need to talk about trauma-informed education. This is why we need to think about how do we find kids that have a niche, whether it's CTE or sports. I mean, Lori knows that CTE is my passion. But every kid needs to come to school and feel like they belong somewhere. It goes back to Maslow's hierarchy. And so I think that's one of the things is our threat is, I think that it's so easy to overlook what's, you know, that or forget that people have their backpacks they're carrying. And just as us adults have it, we need to focus on our kids and not lose sight of that as well.
Thank you, Jeff, and thank you, everyone, for engaging in this conversation. I believe, in the interest of time, you've articulated some very specific, tangible, and actionable items that you as a board can undertake to improve your ability to function as a cohesive board and to help support the 197 districts in the state of Oregon and the 550,000 kids that we have in our schools and communities. So I'm going to ask you to do something that I know is really hard to do, especially in this short amount of time that I'm going to give you. And going back to what Chrissy said, it may be worth doing this again, but allow more time for it because I know you all have a lot to say. And I know you all would love to hear from each other and would love to have everybody in the room. So it may be worth just doing it as an exercise. You guys go through it. But I want to ask you to synthesize everything. Everybody went, right? You guys, everybody went. So you've been sitting here for the last 2 hours listening to your colleagues speak from the heart, quite frankly. In my view, this is not a pro forma kind of conversation. I hear people speaking from the heart, people that are willing to overcome their pain, the challenges, people that are acknowledging that there are issues to be resolved, but we want to turn our chairs and we want to move forward. We want to have a conversation about what happened, but we have to look forward. We have to move on as a board because the rest of the state is not going to wait for us. And they're expecting us to serve them, to support them, and they're expecting us to lead. So I'm going to ask you, I'm going to give you 7 minutes. If you can do it in 5, that's even better. So I want you on a flip chart, and the same for you, friends on Zoom. I want you to take all of the conversation that you just heard, all of the table conversations, and I want you to come up with the 5 top themes or priorities that this board must work on, must do to be successful. The 5 top priorities, and there is a recording of everything that was shared. So we're not going to neglect, dismiss, or just forget what you all shared. That's all will be recorded, reported, and you'll come back and look at it. But for the benefit of our work today, if you were to synthesize everything you heard, everything you discussed, everything you brought to the conversation, what are the 5 top things you would want your board, you, the OSBA board, to focus on? The 5 top things. You don't have to write a complete sentence. You don't have to be super articulate. It could be just a theme that you want to put out there. So can we give them, how about we come back quarter till? Oh, there's a question. Katrina?
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to ask a clarifying question for the previous share out session. So just so I know that I'm summarizing everything correctly, what were the group share outs for the last presentation? Like just the topics, because I know there were like personal share outs, but what was the group share out so that I know that for my summarization?
From Katrina, are you asking about the threats that we did for threats?
Yes.
Okay. We did that, right?
Yeah. It was good. She's just asking the topic.
So you're asking us to summarize what we're hearing collectively, and I just want to make sure I'm hearing collectively correctly. And so I just didn't quite follow or understand what the last group, what was the group share out?
Okay. So kid focused. Okay, the last group share out, is that what you mean? The last group that
we need
okay,
to be more
having
kid focused.
This is the Zoom challenge sometimes.
And
okay.
we need to embrace healthy conflict. Healthy conflict over unhealthy peace.
Awesome. Thank you.
Develop strong relationships.
All right, Katrina, does that answer your question?
It sure does. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I was having a hard time translating that because I shifted to the big group. So now the large group. So you've got, I'm still going to give you till quarter till. The 5 top things you need to work on. And then there's one more thing we will do, and I promise I'll get out of your hair. So I apologize, this has taken a long time. So 5 top things you want to work on. Okay.
So, relationship building. Trust relationship.
And we had a similar challenge on the last week. It's very difficult to there's some kind of I was gonna say relationships. It's almost like you have to approach kids in the classroom. The same thing with the kids are making but it's not matching
Policy, practices.
and like in classroom, you have a general respect. The problem is like I think you might say, well, but then you don't have enough pieces to say like, so what? And it could be like we all agree, like I said something, use this little thing. That's what I'm saying. It's simple, but like use this to say something.
That's a great transparency.
So when you were
We got a project there, yeah, and I mean, we were thinking about right, so there's a side.
You want to feel proud about coming from here and not have a board and not know.
And then, once we clarify what they are, then we can, right.
Yeah. Yeah. I know how to say that.
And what it says. Who? Who says? Who does training in Corvallis? The Vincent Adams?
Next step. No, I would just say, and it could just be part of it. Then we can
So Vincent does this training, but there's a Vincent Adams that does some training. He's out of Corvallis. I think he used to be on Corvallis.
Well, I'm not sure that, I think that just goes with an A under 1, rather than. Yeah, so I think that's all. So number 2 would be.
Place for today.
you gotta go to bed.
Yeah, that was when they started a group of their meeting yesterday. Oh my God, they were such a, I love talking to them. I didn't remember what they were here for though. Yeah.
Number 2 is
What is it?
I would say
Okay,
that
yeah,
number
because
2
I talked about
is
land.
number 1.
Yeah, farmers, yeah.
Put an A
But this
by-
school choice up there.
He never said
I
a
wanna see
word.
what they're-
He never said a word.
There's a group up there. I want to see the outcome, the outcome turnout. Mm-hmm.
You have all 5? Four, okay. Can I put yours up there and have you share from here, what's on here? Or you're welcome to come to the front of the room.
Yeah, they don't want it.
Thank
I
you.
don't know why she wants it.
Oops, sorry. Have your 5, fantastic.
Well, yeah, and that's what some people are getting, probably the locations and stuff. And if you bring it all one, it's forcing all these people.
Jeff, can I take this?
All the way up. So that's one school, that's not making up, that's not school choice. That's like saying, no, your kid will go to school here. And it doesn't, relationship, yeah. Right, right. Yeah. Yeah. We are ready. So clearly from the board. And I said, no, we need to be a part of it. But see, the National School Board Association was for the whole, yes, it's national. And
Did they put in the chat what their top 5 are?
I can't remember what they call.
Yes, let's go ahead and bring them back, please.
And a lot of my friends
Yes,
are
please.
Western states. That's a number that was like 11 states split out and did their own thing. Yeah, the conservative, they call them the Bible stomping belt beaters. Oh, yeah, they refer to like that as well. And I was trying to say, no, we need to be part of that. If we're part of NSBA, we need to be part of that. Because you have to be limited. The GM, I mean, that's the director. GM.
Okay, thank you.
Something's gonna happen, yeah. We do conservative, you're watching, and I'm afraid that might be like a new, organization, but then we would lose a lot of funds, but hey. Yeah.
Okay,
It's gonna
so
be-
for our colleagues on the Zoom, can you tell me what the 5 top priorities are? And I can put them on a flip chart here.
Yeah, we have a few more than 5, but I'll go through them really
I'm gonna
quickly.
Limit you to 5.
Okay, all right.
Top 5.
So yeah, I'm just gonna pick, and I apologize for anyone whose priority I might have missed. A need for unity across regions and the state, improving communications, both external and internal, creating a safe space for board members to express themselves in the context of where we're at, given the diversity and different needs of the kids in our schools. Supporting and retaining staff while also yeah, so just the importance of really supporting and retaining our OSBA staff. And then the last one I'm going to add is getting back to a clear understanding and a renewed commitments of our board, be it board agreement, shared language, and or onboarding of new board members. I think that was 5.
Yes, thank you. Can I have the groups just share what their top 5 were? And can we start with you guys? I think I have them in order. I have you, and then Greg's group, yep. And then Jeff, and then Sammy's group. Okay.
We had relationship and trust building, healing and accountability, fiscal responsibility, training and education, and transparency.
Okay, thank you. Did you guys hear that okay? On the Zoom? Okay, next group, please.
Yeah, so we started out with, we had communication and then healing, then focus on collective values, governance as far as our policies and our practices, And then relationship building, both all with our board, with the staff, with our regions, with all of our constituents, all together. They're building the relationships between all of those.
Okay, thank you. Next group, Jeff?
So we had kid focus, and making sure that, again, we're trying to reach every kid and support each kid. Communication, and that's amongst ourselves, but also amongst the different parts of our groups as well, committees and executive committee. Our relationships like with each other. And then also really focus on like the protocols, policy updates are needed. And that was one of the things that repeatedly came up as just like Spencer helps update school board policies, where are our holes and what's gray. And then also too, just really reflecting on our own personal growth and how do we interact with each other? How do we communicate? What nuances or what areas do we need to grow? So we're basically creating a healthy work environment.
Thank you. Final group, Sammy?
Clarify structure for policy governance, both in terms of reviewing policies and governance bylaws and prioritizing them. Number 2, board training and onboarding. Number 3, individualized outreach for closure. So we can identify next steps for closure. Number 4, what actions the board need to do or what steps the board needs to do to ensure staff retention. And number 5, leadership and strategic planning, understanding the next steps that we need to do for OSBA's leadership and our strategic plan.
All right. Thank you very much. You see some commonalities here. You see consistent themes, which tells me you are beginning your healing and you're beginning to recognize what it's going to take to actually get there. Doesn't, dismiss or ignore the issues that you have to work on. So my next step in this process is to actually have you do some voting. Emily, I'm going to suggest, if I may, that we not do that today. I think these areas are fairly close, and perhaps we can just group them together and then come back. If there's more than 5, then your board can actually go through the process of, that's why you have these stickers on your table. It's going to give you 6 each, and you get to place them anywhere you want. You can put all 6 in one area, or you could spread them out. And usually the outcome is really the same, whether there's 6 or 10 stickers, it doesn't matter. So if you're wondering why 6 and not 10, from my experience, it doesn't really matter. But I usually, try to kind of manage it based on the size of the group. So I want to suggest that we not vote today. Let all of this information and all of this experience and the feelings that we have sit with us. And I'm going to ask you to do one more thing, and I'll be done, I promise. And I'm happy to work with Emily to kind of just synthesize this and group them and come back to you with a list. It's not going to be cleaned up. You will get to do the cleanup yourself, because I think it's worth having some conversations to say, what does communication mean? This group talked about internal and external communication, our friends on Zoom. So maybe spend a little bit of time fleshing that out a little bit, and that could be part of your healing process. So I like to conclude my session by asking you to do the following. I want you to give me a thought and a feeling before you leave. One word. I know it's hard with the board. One word. A thought and a feeling. I'll give you a few seconds to think about your feeling and your thought based on the work that we did today, based on this shared experience. A thought and a feeling. And it's your thought and it's your feeling. It's yours. You're not placating anyone. How do you feel? And what do you think? Greg. Progress and hopeful. Thank you. Good modeling. Who wants to go next? Just so I don't miss anyone, can we go with you guys and just work our way around the room? Please.
I'll think fast.
Empowered and optimistic. Empowered and optimistic.
Hopeful is one of mine, but I can think of another one, and also energized.
Hopeful and energized.
Use mic.
Still thinking. Linda?
I said, I'm still thinking, Henry.
Okay, I'm gonna come back to you, Linda. Can I come back to you? Okay. Sir?
I'm going with team and unity.
Team and unity. Thank you.
I am-
Jackie?
I am one encouraged, but I haven't got the other one.
Okay, we'll come back to you. Emily?
I'm gonna go with team and hopeful.
Team and hopeful.
Full of hope.
Full of hope for both, huh?
I think so.
Okay, full of hope. The attorneys can play too.
I want to emphasize hopeful. I think that is really important, and turn the chair around.
Wonderful, thank you.
Thankful and excited.
Thankful and excited.
Optimistic, and we have work to do.
Optimistic, and our work is cut out for us.
I would say we had a lot of fun at our table, so I feel like we laughed a lot. So that's one of my feelings, is definitely fun, relaxed, and then the other thing too is hopeful.
Okay, fun and hopeful. You guys need to have more fun, actually. You need to laugh more.
I would say hopeful and challenging.
All right, hang on to that. Hopeful and challenging. Can I come back to Linda and just,
Don't stop here. That means.
well, peace and light. So there you go. Peace and light. Thank you.
I think challenging and cautiously optimistic.
Cautiously optimistic and challenging. We said both. Okay, thank you. All right, our friends on Zoom, feeling and a thought. Thank you, Linda.
Optimistic, nervous.
Optimistic, nervous.
I'll say hopeful and ambitious.
Hopeful and ambitious.
I will say tired and cautiously optimistic.
I heard I'm cautiously optimistic. Excellent. Okay, did we get everybody on Zoom?
I don't think I went. My words are uncertain and anxious.
Uncertain and anxious. Okay, well, thank you so much for doing that. Did I miss anyone? All right, so that concludes my section. I just want to say thank you so much for your patience. Thank you for sticking with the process. And thank you for going through it in every way possible. I know this is really difficult. And I would say this is really the beginning of your healing journey. But I have a lot of faith in the Oregon School Board Association. I have a lot of faith and confidence in the Oregon School Board itself. And I think there are a lot of people like me that want you to be successful, because your success helps our success, and it helps my kids and my grandkids and their success. Not to put a lot of pressure on you, but thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to be here and work with you today. And I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Salam. I know I gotta close this off like in maybe 10 seconds, but I want to take 20 seconds. Close your eyes, and I'm gonna lean on two slides that I don't have behind me, but you can visualize them really easy. I'm gonna lean on my former colleague and board development, Vince Adams. Whenever we have challenges like that on boards, close your eyes and visualize a ship in the high waters. And the water are splashing in every corner of the ship. Now, goes into a dark slide. The next slide. The kids that you're helping. Think about that kid that made you run for office, or made you feel better about running for office, or made you feel better about those long hours on school board. Let's get back together. You can open your eyes now. thank you for doing this work. It may be difficult when we see the high waters, but when we remember why we're here, it's worth it. And a wise person said, the best is yet to come, but they forgot to continue and say, if it's not, we gotta make it so. And I'm really optimistic that we will. I believe we made some good progress today, but definitely there's need for more closure and more steps. We recognize that. Please reach out with thoughts that you have to me or to Emily, and we'll make sure that we can continue this work. So if there is no further business for the board, we are adjourned. Thank you.